the European Commission, Madam Roxana Mințatu.
Thank you, dear Rosario, dear host, dear ministers and excellencies, dear social partners, my dear Commissioner Šuica. She was not here, but I'm so happy that we were also joined by her in this forum. As I also said yesterday in our first engagement, Porto is so important in the political geography of Europe. It is the city of Europe's social ambition, and the place that we gather also to be able to take our social agenda forward, taking into consideration the current challenges and realities. Now, in the beginning of the mandate of the current Commission, we have adopted the competitiveness compass. And ever since, indeed, competitiveness has been our buzzword. Where are we going with Europe, with our economy, and at what speed? And a lot of tools and debate has been put around this term. While we all embrace this as existential, as fundamental for the prosperity of our European Union, I think we also need to look at our social compass. And our social compass, for sure, is the European pillar of social rights. Because while the competitiveness compass is about the direction and the speed with which we want Europe to travel, the social compass, the European pillar of social rights, makes sure that we all get there and not just a few. And I think this is what European citizens really care about. That when we discuss about the competitiveness, the investments, the advancements in technology that we want in AI, in raw materials, in manufacturing, in automotive, in agriculture, in transport, that it is reflected in the working conditions, in the motivation of the workers in those sectors, and in the prosperity of every citizen. So in this spirit, I will appreciate that the discussions and the conversations that took place yesterday and take place today are happening. Of course, we all agree, and I will not stress too much that the European social model is part of our unique selling point in the global competition. But it is important to understand that we need to adapt to the current realities with our social model. And that means not adapt in the sense of giving up, of reducing rights, but in the sense of being able to understand how do we make sure that the right to training or the access to training, to skills, is connected with the competitive sectors that Europe has a chance to lead, where Europe can generate more turnover. It is important to look at how we adjust to AI in the productivity, in the technological flows, but also in the management of people. How do we make it so that it is embraced both by small and big companies, but also by workers alike? It is important to look, and when we look at the European Pillar of Social Rights, to look at what does it mean to have a social right in terms of regions that are affected by climate change. What does it mean to have access to water, to electricity? But the topic of the discussions today and yesterday is quality jobs. And I think what is important is to reflect how essential quality jobs are for the competitiveness of Europe. How can any sector be competitive if it lacks skilled workforce, motivated workforce that is available to support that sector? This needs to be a shared discussion between the employers and the workers, between member states and European institutions, that quality jobs are absolutely critical for the success of any industrial sector in our Europe. And it's not just about technology, not just about capital. More importantly, however, I would propose that we analyze the importance of quality jobs from the perspective of our democracies and of the feasibility and future of our political project of the European Union. We can see that this illusionment, that this connection that many Europeans sense with what we are doing in the public arena, in the elections, in their messages. We need to be able to reconnect. And of course, the way that we reconnect is by showing that we focus to provide good working conditions, fair remunerations, safe workplaces, just to name a few. So this is important, the dimension and the strategic role of quality jobs in supporting our democracy in Europe, in supporting the future of our political project of the European Union. I think we also need to look, because we've just proposed the budget for the next period, 2028-2034, at the importance of investing together. And here my message is, of course, also to member states. We invest from European level with European funds, but the effort is also, of course, on the member states. Together we need to look at social investment, like an investment with the most important of return. An investment in people, in the quality of the training, in the quality of the workplace is essential. And that is also an important part of our conversation. In the end, of course, what we reflected upon also is the idea that beyond the three Porto targets that we have, that charter our action, focus our action, member states, European institutions towards 2030 to fight poverty, to increase employment, to increase training for adults, we need to converse, to talk, to reflect about what it would mean to have a measurable target or indicators, let's see, on quality jobs. Because while we see that in Europe the number of jobs has increased, poverty has also increased. In-work poverty has not disappeared. We need to define the importance of social dialogue in the quality of jobs, especially with the advent of AI and algorithms in the workplace. It's ever more crucial that we have strong social dialogue so that we are able to harness the benefits of AI, but have a human-centric approach as well for the workforce. So many challenges that need to be reflected in the idea of a quality job that could be measured, not defined. Could it be measured? Could it not? It is a question. It is important that we reflect upon it, because just having precarious jobs is not enough. There are sectors that offer good working conditions, good jobs. There are sectors that can offer only precarious jobs. So it is our role as policymakers to reflect and to find ways to act on this, not just to, of course, support a theoretical, let's say, debate on quality jobs. Of course, as you know, in December, we will launch, the European Commission will launch the Quality Jobs Roadmap and a proposal for a Quality Jobs Act, reflecting on the important dimensions that I've mentioned. This is an important message on our side, but the debate, I think, is much wider and much more important. And it has a political, a social, and economic dimension, as I've tried to emphasize. I would conclude by quoting a former president of this beautiful country, our host of Portugal, Mário Soares, the architect of Portugal's European integration. It's a beautiful, simple, clear quote, that progressive societies must necessarily be societies imbued with freedom, justice, and well-being for all citizens and not just for some. And this is the spirit of Porto, and I hope this is the spirit of our work together. Thank you again, and I wish you successful debates.
Thank you very much, Madam Executive Vice President. Let me quickly note that because the event ran over time, as sometimes happens, the Executive Vice President might need to leave us before we complete the opening ceremony, and that is to make other important obligations that could not wait. But we're very grateful that you have been with us since yesterday morning. Thank you again. Our next speaker is the Vice President of the European Parliament. I'm delighted to give the floor to Mr. Yunus Omarjee.
Dear Vice President Minsatu, dear Minister Rosario Amado, dear Madame Frederiksen, dear members of European Parliament, dear Yolanda Diaz, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very great pleasure for me to be here, you all. And I would like to also address you to the greetings of President Roberta Metsola and of the European Parliament. Some short message. First, European Union was not born only to trade goods and for the market. European Union was born to protect people, to defend dignity, to prove that peace, freedom, and justice can live together. That promise is being tested, and the pandemic reminds us our fragility. War actually has scared our continent again. Inequality has deepened, and technology, and in particularly intelligence artificial, is rewriting our lives faster than we can grasp. And across the world, democracy itself trembles. In such moment, social Europe is not a choice. It is our shield. It is our compass. Without it, growth is a law. Power is brittle, and Europe risks becoming a shell without a soul. Ladies and gentlemen, we must be clear. An economy that exploits will collapse. A society that excludes will divide. A union that forgets the fight against inequality, against poverty, will not survive. That is why we fight for jobs and for quality jobs. Not just any jobs, but work that gives pride, stability, and fairness. And ethic jobs, because it's what young people ask us now. Work that allows people to build, to dream, to belong. Intelligence artificial will check the foundation of our economies. If left to profit alone, it will widen fractures. But if we guide it with justice, it can open a new horizon of innovation, of productivity, of shared prosperity. Europe cannot be a spectator of this revolution. It must be its conscience. Cohesion, social and territorial, is not a charity, it is our destiny. An Europe that rises together will endure. An Europe that fracture will vanish from history. That's why European Parliament will fight for cohesion policy in the next budget. Yes, we have moved forward. Minimum wage, protection for the most vulnerable, equality between women and men, and the directive about platform workers. But it is only a beginning. We must go further, faster, and deeper. Colleagues, others build their strengths or army and empire. Europe must build its strengths on values. Our unity is our sovereignty. Our justice is our power, and our dignity is our future. And social Europe, it's not a vain word. It is not only a concept and a theory. It is the living heart of the European project. If we place people at the center, if we give dignity at work, if we embrace technology with fairness, then social Europe will not be only a speech and only a dream, but it will become reality, and it will be Europe truth. And more than truth, it will be Europe's soul. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Vice President Omarjee. Our last but not least of speakers is the Minister of Labour, Solidarity and Social Security of Portugal, Madam Rosário Palma Ramalho.
Senhor Vice-Presidente do Parlamento Europeu, Senhora Comissária, querida Roxana, Senhora Secretária Permanente do Ministério do Emprego da Dinamarca, excelentíssimos membros do Governo português, senhores Ministros dos outros Estados-membros que aqui estão, caros amigos, senhores representantes de outros governos, senhores Ministros da CPLP, senhores deputados, caros parceiros sociais europeus e caros parceiros sociais nacionais, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, é com muita satisfação que me dirijo novamente a todos os participantes do Fórum Social do Porto 2025, um evento cuja importância no âmbito da agenda social europeia não precisa de ser enfatizado. Durante o dia de ontem, tivemos a oportunidade de debater e refletir muito livremente, muito abertamente, sobre competitividade e justiça social, mobilidade dos trabalhadores, empregos de qualidade, que é o tema central deste evento, e o equilíbrio entre a vida familiar e profissional, que na verdade faz parte de empregos de qualidade. Constatamos que a União Europeia está a ser moldada por grandes tendências que não podemos esquecer neste debate. Mudanças demográficas, resultantes do aumento da esperança de vida e da baixa taxa de natalidade, uma população, portanto, mais envelhecida e, por isso mesmo, uma redução da força de trabalho que desafiam, por um lado, a sustentabilidade dos sistemas de proteção social, mas também aumentam a necessidade de cuidados de longa duração e também significam, em certa medida, uma redução dos recursos para forças de trabalho. E no mercado de trabalho persistem desigualdades que exigem atenção. Jovens, mulheres, trabalhadores mais velhos, trabalhadores com deficiência, migrantes, continuam a ser sobre-representados em empregos mais instáveis e pior remunerados, aumentando o risco de pobreza. Analisámos ainda as várias dimensões que definem empregos de qualidade, salários adequados, que garantam vida digna e boas condições de trabalho, nomeadamente em matéria de saúde e segurança, o necessário equilíbrio entre vida profissional e pessoal, o que passa também pela igualdade entre homens e mulheres, como grande objetivo, por uma conciliação mais equilibrada entre homens e mulheres das responsabilidades parentais e flexibilidade para mobilidade e transições de carreira. Também falámos da necessidade do acesso à formação e ao desenvolvimento das competências que são fundamentais para o crescimento profissional e para a adaptação aos desafios da era digital. Por fim, reconhecemos a necessidade de uma proteção social abrangente que cubra desemprego, doença, maternidade e paternidade, acidentes de trabalho, velhice e invalidez. E, por fim, chamámos a atenção para a necessidade de garantir o acesso a serviços sociais de qualidade e uma efetiva aplicação dos direitos laborais. Durante a sessão de hoje, e porque sou a última desta fase, vai cá-me fazer a transição, analisaremos como os empregos de qualidade poderão contribuir para uma Europa mais competitiva, dando novamente atenção à conciliação entre vida profissional e pessoal. Daremos ainda uma perspectiva global a este tema, através da participação dos parceiros sociais nesta construção e do olhar de países terceiros e de organizações extracomunitários. Realço os seguintes aspectos que nos devem guiar, no meu entendimento. O modelo social europeu continua a ser e deve continuar a ser a nossa marca. O desempenho económico sólido, que é outra forma de dizer competitividade, e os direitos sociais devem caminhar lado a lado. Uma economia dinâmica não antagoniza a política social, mas antes constitui uma condição essencial para reduzir a pobreza e reforçar a equidade nas nossas sociedades. E, por fim, investir nas pessoas. Investir nas pessoas enquanto trabalhadores, investir nas pessoas enquanto cidadãos da Europa, porque a Europa é feita para as pessoas. Senhoras e senhores, faço votos que as discussões e considerações deste fórum no dia de hoje sirvam para demonstrar e reforçar o nosso compromisso relativamente à promoção de empregos de qualidade numa Europa competitiva e pessoal. Conto com o vosso apoio e contributo para que possamos encontrar uma visão e uma ambição comuns. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I thank the Executive Vice President once more for being with us and give her the opportunity to leave the stage for her next important obligation. Being an excellent host, the Minister will accompany her to the door. That is the Minister of Portugal, of course. And we'll take a very short break until the Minister returns to continue with interventions by the social partners. Please stay with us. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. welcome back here in the room as well as online to the Porto Social Forum. Their crucial role has been highlighted several times by nearly all speakers, the social partners. And so I am delighted that we now will start the interventions by 5 representatives of social partners. The first of which is the Secretary General of the Social Platform. Please join me in welcoming Laura de Bonfils.
So, hello. Thank you so much for the invitation. As representative of European civil society, slightly different from social partner, but equally important, we want to highlight that we're gathered today to continue the momentum of the European Pillar of Social Rights. The upcoming new action plan on the pillar has the potential to be an important milestone for social Europe. To do so, it needs to have a concrete action, legislation moved by the political commitment to implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, not just words. We welcome the proposal of the 4th Porto target on quality employment with qualitative indicators. At the same time, progress needs to be stepped up on the poverty reduction target. We were encouraged by the President von der Leyen's commitment to eradicate poverty by 2050, and the upcoming EU anti-poverty strategy will be the first of its kind. All this work needs to ensure that the momentum is not lost on eradicating poverty. We represent civil society across Europe, working for a more inclusive society. It is therefore alarming for us that the narrative around competitiveness is synonymous with productivity, attracting investment, and boosting trade. We are concerned that social policy is seen only as an instrument for competitiveness and, worst, overlooked. Investing in a Europe that is social also requires protecting people's social rights. Rights to mental and physical health and care, affordable housing, quality jobs, work-life balance, education, access to affordable quality services, and adequate social safety nets. They are not automatically byproducts of competitive market. They are investment made into a resilient society. We agreed with the Executive Vice President, who said yesterday that competitiveness cannot be achieved through a social race to the bottom. On the contrary, Europe can only be competitive if strategically invest in people throughout the life cycle. If we want to avoid leaving people behind, the EU needs to support investment in strong social protection systems, decent work that pays, access to services, and into democratic processes of social dialogue, but as well civil dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. I'm now happy to give the floor to the Deputy Director General of Business Europe, Therese de Liederkerke.
Madam Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thanks a lot for the opportunity to share Business Europe views on how to shape EU social policy in order to make sure that European companies can create quality jobs in Europe. At Business Europe, we are convinced that Europe's social market economy is the best system in the world because it is geared towards ensuring that economic and social progress go hand in hand. And to pick up on the powerful sentence of Vice President Omerji, in Business Europe, we are also fighting for the creation of jobs, and not any jobs. We are fighting for the creation of productive jobs, which are based and created by companies who are producing quality goods and services that can be sold out throughout Europe and in the world at competitive prices. And of course, we are fighting for jobs which are created in full compliance with applicable legislation and collective agreements. And that is why we always underline the importance, when we do take action at EU level, to fully respect both national competences and the autonomy of the social dialogue. Unfortunately, this is not always the case, and there are a few cases where the EU has encroached both on national and on social partners' competences. There are also cases where the EU has not taken sufficiently into account the impact of its actions on companies' competitiveness. And as a result, we ended up with a few poor quality social legislation examples in which the limits of the legal powers to the EU were compensated by using the trick of increasing administrative requirements on companies. And for Business Europe, it is absolutely fundamental that when we look at how to shape the future actions in EU social policy, we also make sure that these actions contribute to redressing the mistakes that we have done in some pieces of legislation in the past. Second big area of focus, and many previous speakers have emphasized it, of course, the need to address skills and labor shortages, because you cannot produce high-quality products without well-skilled workers. And finally, also crucial, the importance of making sure that social policy contributes to a good functioning of our single market and facilitates mobility. These are the three areas of focus we would like to join forces with all the people here in this room to make sure that Europe is actually achieving its objectives in these fields.
Thank you very much, Teresa. I'm now delighted to give the floor to the Secretary General of SGI Europe, Valeria Ronziti.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Portuguese government and the Commission for having organized this forum. I think it's an important moment to reflect where we are on the marathon path, as President Costa described it. It's funny, I didn't copy the speech of EVP Minsato, but she spoke about the buzzword. And for us, indeed, compass should be a buzzword, yes, but more than a buzzword. There is the competitiveness compass, but also the pillar is a compass, the compass that guarantees that indeed competitiveness and social Europe progress together. This is possible. We heard many examples yesterday. But the pillar is made of principle, and whereas I think we generally all agree on the principle, we don't always agree when we have to put this principle into action. And for us, as in SGI Europe, this action is even more important than the principle. That is why we give a lot of importance of the upcoming action plan on the EPSR. And here I must say that our priority is to see all these principles, all the EPSR principles put into action. So even before setting new targets, or at least in parallel of setting new targets, our call is to bring to life the principle from 16 to 20 that deal with housing, but all the other essential services. There is a lot of focus on housing, but if you have a house and no access to potable water, then you don't have the full picture. There is a lot of focus on the need of a quality job, but if you can't even get to an interview for a quality job because there are not these essential services put in place, then the picture is not full. And that is why we are calling, and we will keep calling, for an action plan on services of general interest. Thanks God we are not alone. There is Enrico Letta who did it first, and we want to keep on this momentum to have the freedom to stay a reality, and the pillar can also serve this. So please don't have only one focus for the pillar, but the 16 to 20 principle shouldn't be the Cinderella. Take care of them all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valeria. Now we will listen to the president of SME United, Petri Salminen. Please welcome him.
Dear Ministers, Excellencies, colleagues, friends, thank you for starters, for Portuguese government for this forum. We've heard of the importance of it, especially times like this. I would say that President Costa mentioned the first time the forum was organized in the middle of pandemic, how crucial it was at that time. And I would say that currently the actual topic of the forum is back to basics. We need to understand each other. We need the dialogue, maybe more than ever. We need true understanding of the true power of Europe. And I would say the true power of Europe lies in people and in companies. I represent the 26 million of European SMEs, and I know it's our pride to offer and provide quality jobs, because otherwise we cannot survive. Therefore, I think that we need to move from intentional confrontation to actual understanding and, yes, actual actions towards competitive Europe that enables prosperity but enables success also in running your business. Dear friends, thank you for the forum. I look forward to future discussions and dialogue as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Petri. Last but not least, I'm delighted to give the floor to the General Secretary of the European Trade Union Confederation, Madam Esther Lynch. Thank you very much. Please welcome.
I believe every job should be a quality job. I believe every job can be a quality job. I believe that the European Pillar of Social Rights isn't what's holding us back. The non-delivery is what's holding us back. The delivery of the European social rights will propel us forward. If the European Pillar of Social Rights was fully delivered, then every worker would have the right to free and lifelong learning. Wages would be enough to live on. Workers would know their rights, be protected from unfair dismissal, would have secure jobs, a career that they could deliver for their family. Social dialogue and collective bargaining would be real, and trade unions would be at the table. Equality would be a fact, equality for migrant workers between men and women. That's why we support Vice President Masato's call for a Quality Jobs Act. The threshold must be the International Labour Organization decent work agenda. But more, we also need a directive to make sure that the transition is just, that workers are involved in anticipation and management of change, and that there is alternative to redundancies. We need regulation on AI at the workplace. We can't just hope for the best. We need to prevent psychosocial risks. There's an epidemic of stress among workers. We need to limit subcontracting and labour market intermediaries. Let's get the gangmasters out of Europe. We need to mobilise all of our resources. That includes using public procurement to make sure that the money from government, from state, promotes workers to be able to join a union and to be able to collectively bargain. And most of all, we need to end exploitation. We shouldn't pretend it's not happening. We need to face up to that there is exploitation and to take the steps in the Quality Jobs Act to put in strong provisions to end all forms of exploitation. All labour crimes must be treated as that. So in a nutshell, real rights you can rely on, security you can count on, and wages you can live on. That's what we're standing for. I want to thank President Costa, who lives the reality of social dialogue. I want to thank the Minister for ensuring that the summit happened, and thank you for inviting us to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, and I thank the social partners. This then concludes the high-level opening ceremony. We now have the ministerial roundtable. Roundtable is proverbial. It is taking place here in this auditorium. Unfortunately, there's no time for a real break. So while the stage is reshuffled, I kindly invite you to stand up because we do care about your working conditions. So you'll have a quick energizer. Meanwhile, I'd invite AV to please take care of the stage. So if you can and want, please switch off the music. Please stand up for a brief energizer that you will need because the ministerial roundtable will require your brain power. All right. All right, so this is what we will do. I see a break is being organized. If I could have your attention for only 1 minute, that is all it will take. Okay, so there goes. Please take a very deep breath while focusing on yourself. You can look to the ground or close your eyes, whatever is more comfortable for you. One deep breath. Breathe out through the mouth. One more time. A deep breath through the nose. Out through the mouth. While you take your next breath through the nose, you raise your right arm. Breathing out, you put it down. Your other arm. Breathing in. Breathe out, you put it down. Excellent. Now you turn around, looking around, and you make a respectful bow to everyone that you make eye contact with. Like they do in Asia. We are a team working on social security and competitiveness. Do make the eye contact. The last bit, look around 360 degrees and high five as many people as you can. Go for it. Mario.
Valeria, non Valeria. Valeria e non Valeria. Terrible, Valeria terrible.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, high five. Give yourself an applause. I think the stage is almost ready, and take a seat. Excellent. Thank you once more for staying with us. I know it is a long morning, but a very important one, and I promise it will be worthwhile. So this is the Ministerial Roundtable, and it is with 3 speakers whom I kindly invite to come forward and take their seats, and then I'll introduce them to you. So that is the Minister, Madam Ramayu. Please come forward. That is Mr. Mario Nava, the Director General of DG Employment. and Madam Estelle Seulemans. High five. The Minister, that final bit always comes at a surprising moment. The Minister, of course, you already know, Mr. Mario Nava, just to be sure, Director General DG Employment for Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission, of course. And joining us today is also the MEP and member of the European Parliament's Committee on Employment and Social Affairs, Madam Estelle Seulemans. Please give all three of them one more applause. So the title of our ministerial roundtable is Advancing on Quality Jobs for a More Competitive Europe towards a fourth 2030 target in the European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan. The format is as follows. We'll have an intervention from the three speakers, and then we have 3 rounds of interventions from you, from the room, starting with the heads of delegations, moving on to the social partners, and last but not least, we'll have interventions from civil society. After that, we have lunch. Let us now first give the floor to the Minister. Madam Minister, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning again. I have been hearing myself a lot, so I will be very short because it will be much interesting to listen to the other 2 speakers here and to all the speakers there. I just would like to emphasize the importance of this topic and also the importance of us being together here today with the Commission and with the European Parliament. We know that we have a long path, a long way to go still in this direction, but it is worthwhile to have here all the relevant stakeholders. So I thank you very much that you share this table with me. And I thank all the member states and the social partners, there also the social partners and the other very relevant stakeholders, even if they come not directly from the European Union. So I have very much hope that this discussion will be as open as this seminar, this forum has been since yesterday, and that it will be a firm contribute to this roadmap and in order to promote this issue of job quality. I was asked just a few moments ago by the press, what do you think, what is that thing, quality jobs, when we have a very unqualified jobs? It's important to erase this mistake. We should have quality job in any job at any level. They were, of course, messing it up with very high qualified jobs, which is something entirely different. So in order to pursue that goal, I would emphasize very briefly what I have said previously. For us, job quality means adequate wages, good working conditions, work-life balance, as a balance and as a share task between men and women, adequate rights and guarantees for each work type, not necessarily one and only employment contract model, access to training, skills development, and social protection. We are committed to this roadmap if quality jobs also mean a balance between protection of people, and competitiveness in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. We now move on to the Director General, Mr. Mario Nava.
you very much. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I was reflecting that last week, President von der Leyen once more underlined that people and jobs are at the heart of the Europe social market. And this morning we heard António Costa, among many others, restating that. I mean, on this, Commission, Council, and Parliament, we will hear from Estelle in a moment, but I think on this, Commission, Council, and Parliament are very united. And I think I'm grateful, in particular, to this beautiful town of Porto for having put the social matters on the geopolitical map of Europe. I mean, now when you say Porto, it's like when you say Copenhagen, you think to enlargement criteria, Maastricht, you think to the Euro, Schengen, you think to free circulation, and Porto, you think to social things. I think it's very important that we have a town that brings that with that. Now, the truth is that the pressure is mounting, so we face even more difficulties, and I think it's good that in this context we have set ourselves very ambitious objectives. If you reflect a moment, Europe has set for 2050 two big objectives. One is nothing less than zero emissions, and the other is nothing less than zero poverty. Now, this pollution and poverty seems to be the two biggest failures of a market economy. We know that the market economy is better than many other things, but we also know that it generates some pitfalls, and certainly pollution and poverty is one of those. The fact that we have set ourselves such an ambitious target, I think, is pretty good. In terms of poverty, of course, the last 20 years, we must be proud of the progress we did on labor. The labor market, the European labor market, has never been so strong and so tight as it is now. There is no doubt. The picture of 2005 when we had the Lisbon strategy, remember, Lisbon strategy employment rate was 70%. The target, now the target is 78. We have several countries who are already above. So the labor market is doing very well. But it's true that even if the labor market does well, it does not automatically, as one may dream, automatically reduce the poverty level. And actually, looking at the Porto targets and the Porto indicators, on the poverty level is the one on which we are slower. Of the three, that's the slowest, and is the one on which we're progressing less well. So I think it's the right moment to look at quality job. That's what this panel is about. Look at the quality of the job and what is in the quality of the job. I think, first of all, I'm grateful again to President Costa and President von der Leyen for having inserted very clearly quality job within the European Pillar of Social Rights. Von der Leyen even said that the European Pillar of Social Rights is where the affordable housing strategy has been anchored already several years ago. So I think it's important to keep the framework in mind. But while keeping this framework in mind, the object of today is considering and thinking whether a fourth target would merit. You have heard what the Vice President said, and I think this is extremely wise. Let me offer three telegraphic considerations. Consideration number one, the fourth target means necessarily that we continue to work on the first three. On the first three, as I said, very good on employment, good on skills, to be improved on poverty, and that's why we have an anti-poverty strategy. Second point, and this is very clear, it comes out very clear from the opinion of EPSCO that was given to the Council in June in Luxembourg. The question of quality is a multidimensional question. So one single indicator will not do. Now, to be honest, also the first three indicators is not one single. It's a main indicator and there are three subjects. So if that is the case, when you look at quantitative things, imagine when you look at qualitative things. So I think we shouldn't be surprised if we have qualitative. And third and last point, I really want to echo what, with lots of elegance, my Vice President said, the slowness of these indicators. These indicators may be slow. It takes time. Progress takes time. So if we arrive today in 2026 with an indicator that needs to show progress by 2030, it's very different than if we had started in 2022. And the speed, and this is exactly what she said, the speed depends very much on the feasibility, the political feasibility, which in turn depends on the quality of the social dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, go ahead, madam.
I would like to start by saying that I very much welcome the focus of this forum on quality jobs. Quality job is one of the main policy areas for which the Employment and Social Affairs Committee wants more EU politics, intervention and change. It's a truly multidimensional concept that is also evolving in the changing world in a time of triple transition. And I say triple transition because I add to the digital and green ones the reindustrialization of Europe as a third necessary and ongoing transition. Regarding the different aspects of quality job from our committee perspective, I would mention 4 in particular. Firstly, the minimum wage directive. The minimum wage directive was one of our committee priorities during the previous legislature. In view of the significance of the directive affecting millions of workers across the EU, we have created a working group to monitor the implementation of this directive at national level. The Court of Justice will have to decide soon if it confirms the validity of the directive or not. Whatever the ruling will be, all objectives pursued by the directive in terms of realizing the key principles of a social market economy, including the importance of social dialogue and strong partnership with social partners, remain valid. We also want EU-level measures addressing psychosocial risk at work. These risks include long working hours, job insecurity, excessive job demands, discrimination, just to name a few. These risks threaten not only the mental health of workers, but also EU's broad social, economic objective and competitiveness. In addition, I would like to mention a very strong focus on reskilling and upskilling, and within the context on access to training. We repeatedly request to grant an individual right for all to education and training. Finally, adequate social protection for all is fundamental. We would like to strengthen the national systems in this regard with EU support. This is particularly important in the context of aiming a just transition. Our committee is currently working on a legislative initiative on a just transition directive in the world of work that highlights that strong social safety nets and social protection systems are essential to support workers during transition period. Still, in the context of transition, our committee is a strong advocate for addressing issues with a possible EU legislation around AI at the workplace, including algorithmic management and also a real right to disconnect. I would like to conclude this part by saying that to achieve these goals, we in the committee very much emphasize the importance of a strong social dimension of the EU's economic governance framework. While we welcome the improvements with the social convention framework, we still see the risks of underinvestments in labor markets and in the different aspects of the welfare state, be it education and training or social protection. In the same context, in our first exchange of view with Executive Vice President Minzatu on the next MFF proposal, our members raised strong concern regarding the lack of separate budget lines for social objectives. About our opinion on a fourth new target on quality job. Headline targets can indeed help to keep focus on the essential elements of the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. However, before embracing the idea of expressing something very complex on an aggregate level, I would like to raise three issues. First one, while we totally support and welcome the focus on the promotion of quality jobs, we would like to see all principles of the pillar implemented. They are all important in the current geopolitical situation where security becomes the concern for all European peoples. And security is also very important within Europe. The security for all Europeans having a dignified life in a safe and cohesive society. Second, I would suggest to evaluate whether our existing three headline targets are well designed and are indeed the most useful to advance our policy goals. For instance, as pointed out by many analysts and policymakers, the at risk of poverty target is very problematic. Far from being achieved, in contrary, as you said, our committee expressed several times its reservation, claiming that the headline targets false the reveal to roots causes of complex inequality. Third, the ambition set with the headline target is crucial. We in the committee were disappointed about the lack of ambition of the risk of poverty headline target in 2021. And so, now, we are very much welcome that the President of the Commission in his year's State of the Union last week raised the bar higher and its commitment to lay out a plan to help to eradicate poverty by 2050. Related to these points, ambitious targets also needs to truly guide policy making and decision making. So we need to make sure that these headline targets play a strong role in the EU's economic governance framework. For these reasons, to fully support the design of a fourth headline target on a very complex issue such as promotion of quality job, we would like to understand more how it will effectively support to increase of the number of quality jobs in the future. No window dressing, but action and real commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Now we start the first round of interventions, and this one is reserved for the heads of delegation. And it works as follows. You have 2 minutes to make your intervention. You can do that from your seat. A microphone will reach you, and to indicate that you wish to speak, you simply raise your hand. And the clock will be showed here, over there. They're timing me as well. And I count on your courtesy and generosity of trying to speak within the time limit, so as many of your colleagues as want to speak have an opportunity to speak. Having said that, members of heads of delegation, yes, there's one here. Can you all raise your hand to have an indication of how many of you wish to speak? Okay, very good. Let's start here in the front. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the Portuguese government for this organization that is very helpful for all of the member states. I have to say that the different dimensions of job quality highlighted in the note submitted to us offer a very useful framework for understanding. My name is Kostas, I'm Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Labour of Cyprus. Sorry for
welcome, sir.
Forgetting. And understanding the multifaceted nature of promoting quality employment. All these dimensions are integral to supporting sustainable competitiveness, enhancing productivity, and fostering social cohesion across the Union. In this regard, the European Union could consider placing greater emphasis on enforcing labour inspections and enforcement mechanisms to address unfair practices such as fraud and undeclared work. Equally important is facilitating access to reskilling and upskilling opportunities, particularly in the context of the ongoing digital and green transitions. Ensuring inclusive workplaces, including by adapting them to better accommodate older workers and persons with disabilities, remain an essential component of advancing equality and fairness. On the second question forwarded to us, we are open to further discussions regarding the possible development of an updated monitoring framework and a new 2030 EU headline target on job quality within the revised action plan to implement the European Pillar of Social Rights. Such developments could potentially serve as a complement to the existing 2030 targets on employment, skills, and poverty reduction, particularly in the light of the evolving nature of work and the emergency of new forms of employment. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity and underline that following the Danish presidency and the upcoming Cyprus presidency of the Council of the European Union, in its commitment to reaffirming social justice as a key pillar of inclusive and quality employment across the European Union, will seek to promote policy initiatives that leverage technological progress to enhance working conditions, support just transition, and ensure decent work for all. Key focus areas for us will include fair wages, safe and healthy workplaces, and access to lifelong learning and skills development so that all workers can benefit from the changing world of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe you, madam, had raised your hand. Yeah. Please also introduce yourself, and thank you for the courtesy of keeping the time in mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear ministers, my name is Corinna Schumann. I'm Austrian minister.
Welcome, madam.
Thank you. The quality job is the question of quality jobs is central to European initiatives, such as the employment policy guidelines and the European Pillar of Social Rights, which together form the foundation of the Union's employment strategy. Social partners are important, and I know this in Austria, they play an important role, and we need them urgently. Particular attention must be given to tackling involuntary part-time work, which disproportionately affects women. At the same time, we must focus on improving job quality to enable longer working lives, higher labor market participation, and opportunities for up and reskilling. Finally, it is essential to underline that competitiveness cannot come at the expense of job quality. In the context of simplification, we must remain vigilant to avoid any erosion of labor rights, as these rights are the backbone of fair working conditions and social justice. The implementation of existing 2030 targets on employment, skills and poverty reduction must remain our top priority. At the same time, we are open to the idea of new EU headline target on job quality, as it would send an important political signal. Such a target would have been prepared with great care. It must be clear, realistic, and measurable across the Union over time, while also covering the different aspects of job quality. Most important, at the end of it, it should make a real difference in people's lives and lead to visible positive effects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister. To have this slightly more organized, I suggest we start from the front and take all the heads of delegation who wish to speak in the front row, and then we move to the next row, And I promise that all of you will have a chance to speak. Madam.
Muchas gracias. En primer lugar, rápidamente, en nombre del Gobierno de España, claro que apoyamos en el cuarto objetivo, en el pilar europeo, pues que fijemos el empleo de calidad, ¿no? Pero también es verdad que lo hacemos con una visión, y es que no podemos entender que cualquier empleo sea justamente esto, un empleo, o lo sea a cualquier precio. Es decir, situaciones como tenemos en Europa hoy, como los denominados laboretos o los mini-jobs, están generando distorsiones en la desigualdad y en la cohesión social en el modelo social europeo. Por tanto, claro que España se suma a la definición de empleos de calidad, no solo la cantidad. Pero, como se decía antes, la clave también es medir los objetivos. Los objetivos que nos hemos fijado no los hemos cumplido ni en la reducción de la desigualdad. Recordemos que tenemos una Europa que supera los 93 millones de personas en riesgo de exclusión social y de pobreza, y más de 19 millones de niños en esta situación. Pero no los cumplimos tampoco en la situación de formación. Recuerden también que en la presidencia española en Europa le hemos pedido al CESE justamente un informe para que evaluase las consecuencias sobre la precariedad, la falta de calidad en el empleo y la salud mental. Tanto es así que el propio ministerio que dirijo en España, los técnicos, hemos diseñado un indicador que denominamos EPRES para que midiese la escala de precariedad en el empleo, y desde luego lo pongo a disposición de todos los colegas de los ministerios de Europa. Pero, como decía antes Esther Lynch, esto no va solo de medir, va de actuar. Creo que la UE tuvo una actuación decidida para garantizar, recuerden ustedes, los derechos en el trabajo atípico. Recuerden el trío de directivas: la directiva del trabajo temporal, la directiva a tiempo parcial y las de empresas de trabajo temporal. Pues bien, creo que ha llegado el momento de revisar estas directivas y adecuarlas a los cambios, a los mecanismos, a los cambios sociales que estamos sufriendo hoy en Europa. Y, como se ha dicho desde los panelistas, es que en España hemos legislado para que esto deje de ser un panorama habitual. Y, por tanto, hemos hecho con la reforma laboral, la clave la hemos centrado en el trabajo estable, de calidad, priorizando el trabajo indefinido, la conciliación laboral y protegiendo a los colectivos más vulnerables. Aquí saben ustedes que hemos avanzado con el reconocimiento a los trabajadores y trabajadoras de derechos climáticos, y también haciendo algo, la primera ley Rider, para evitar que los algoritmos se conviertan en un mecanismo de máximo rendimiento económico a costa de los trabajadores. El profesor Todoli habla de algoritmos productivos, positivos y extractivos. Y estamos viviendo una sociedad europea en la que estamos premiando los algoritmos efectivamente extractivos. En definitiva, creo que España es un ejemplo. Hoy lideramos el crecimiento en la OCDE, pero estamos ya por debajo de las medias de temporalidad privada en el conjunto de Europa. Pero quiero ir más allá. Yo no soy ingenua. Sé muy bien que las condiciones de esta cumbre no son las mismas las que vieron echar a andar el pilar europeo de los derechos sociales. Sin embargo, también soy una firme defensora de que esta Europa social y esta cumbre es más importante que nunca. Y me parece sencillamente, y esto es lo que la reflexión que dejo, es que o avanzamos en esta línea o nos vamos a convertir en un actor internacional irrelevante. Y lo que es peor, perderemos ante la ciudadanía europea cualquier legitimidad. Lo dijo el señor Costa, a quien me envió un saludo, que la pandemia nos demostró la grandeza de Europa. Y el actual escenario de parálisis en el que nos encontramos, por no llamarle retroceso, nos puede llevar a caer en la unión que no sirve a la ciudadanía europea ni a sus pueblos. Coincido completamente con el profesor Draghi. No basta con ser un gran actor económico para que seamos relevantes en el mundo. Termino ya, queridas colegas. Si Europa no avanza en lo social, si no asumimos nuevos compromisos de protección, si no reivindicamos ser el lugar del mundo donde se trabaja con derechos, con empresas de calidad, si no reclamamos y defendemos la bandera de los derechos humanos y la paz y el combate a la barbarie como identidad europea, lisa y llanamente Europa no será. la habremos traicionado. Cuando el ángel de la historia mire hacia atrás, verá una única catástrofe que amontona incansablemente ruina tras ruina. Recuerden quién lo dijo. Fue un judío que huía de los nazis y que se quitó la vida en mi país. Yo les propongo, sin embargo, construir una Europa no de ruinas, sino luminosa, que sea social, que viva en paz, que sea verde, feminista, acogedora y que defienda los derechos humanos. Para ello, permítanme que les diga que esta cumbre debe de ser ambiciosa y plantear un verdadero programa social para la UE y un modelo de convivencia internacional basado en la paz. Termino. Creo que el papel de los agentes sociales y del diálogo social europeo es más necesario que nunca. Lo es siempre, pero en momentos de incertidumbre, más. Nada más y muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Madam. So, heads of delegations on the first row, that is ministers and heads of delegations, representatives of governments. Please do put your hands in the air. Yes, madam. And then I'll move to the second row, etc. So you'll be next, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First, let me thank our Portuguese hosts for putting this important topic on the agenda. Strengthening the EU's competitiveness is a key priority for the Danish presidency. We fully agree that competitiveness and quality employment go hand in hand. A thriving labour market with sufficient access to qualified labour is a fundamental condition for continued productivity and competitiveness in Europe. Together with our social partners, we must be even better in the future to invest and develop the skills needed for today and tomorrow's labour market. We also need to find even better ways to increase our domestic labour market participation, including of young people, and to give incentives to seniors who already hold valuable skills and experience to postpone their retirement. And in these areas where we have labour shortages, we must create the best conditions for free and fair labour mobility. Fair mobility and fair working conditions and a safe and healthy work environment are essential, not only for quality jobs, but also for promoting productivity and competitiveness across the EU. So let me highlight these three important priorities. First and foremost, we must invest in people, in the talent and potential already within our reach. Secondly, we must ensure fair labour mobility. Freedom of movement is a cornerstone of the EU that brings growth, increased employment and unity. However, freedom of movement must never come at the expense of workers' rights or at the expense of fair competition and a level playing field for companies. We need to make sure that jobs available offer decent working conditions. Thirdly, we all have a role to play in ensuring better regulation and advancing the simplification agenda put forward by Commission President von der Leyen. We all need to contribute if we are to achieve a 25% reduction of burdens. Denmark fully supports the three 2030 targets launched after the very first social summit here in Porto. When considering a potential fourth target on quality jobs, we should recognize that job quality is not a one-size-fits-all. It depends, among others, on life conditions, with industry you work in, and so on. Therefore, a common ambition to ensure and promote quality jobs must be a holistic effort. An effort that requires close and committed cooperation between employers, workers, and legislators at the local, national, and European level. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Apologies, my phone was off. My microphone was off.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Georges Michaud, Minister of Labour of Luxembourg. So first of all, I want to thank the Portuguese government and especially the Minister of Labour and Social Security for organizing this forum. Thank you very much. We have gathered here today to address a challenge of growing importance, which is steadily gaining a political traction across the European Union: job quality. Today, I want to highlight Luxembourg's commitment to improving job quality and fighting poverty, which the government has defined and identified as an absolute priority for these actions from 2023 and 2028. Luxembourg is developing a comprehensive national strategy to prevent and combat poverty. Key measures include the social inclusion income for financially vulnerable households and the income for persons with severe disabilities. To prevent social exclusion, both regularly adjusted in line with average wages, and the quality job must be universal. To this end, our public employment service supports employers hiring people with disabilities and older workers through subsidies and social security reimbursement schemes. We also offer targeted training programs like Future Skills and Skills for Job to help the long-term unemployed enhance their skills alongside language and integration courses for migrant workers. On gender equality, Luxembourg's gender pay gap has been in favor of women since 2023, currently at minus 0.9%, reflecting our commitment to equal pay for equal work. These initiatives demonstrate Luxembourg's dedication to investing in job quality and social inclusion. I'm confident that together and all together, we can continue to build a stronger and more competitive Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister of Luxembourg. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Darragh Cleary, Minister for Social Protection for Ireland. Thank you again, Rosario. Thank you for all of your work and to your team. A high-quality job, Chair, is a role where a person does not dread going to work every single day. They feel fulfilled, they feel secure during their working day, they are financially secure, and their employer feels that that person has added value. They are core principles, but principles we must remember at a time of huge challenge to the notion of work and to the notion of social Europe. Demographic change, labour and skills shortages are pushing us to identify ways to enhance that job quality, support those principles and expand them to support higher labour market participation. However, all those commitments are taking place against a backdrop of extraordinary change that we seem to be living in not every day, but in every hour. Digital and the digitalisation, both promoting work and assisting work, but maybe undermining many of those principles. Climate change and decarbonisation, changing people's work and life skills. The housing challenge, it is all very well to have a quality job, but if you do not have a quality house, that will then undermine you. And there are many other areas that if we do not manage properly, and if we do not communicate properly, they will actually alienate many of our citizens from the very agenda of a social right and social Europe that we're speaking about here today. In Ireland, we are fully supportive of the European Pillar on Social Rights and of the Action Plan, and we are progressing in the implementation of the current Action Plan. However, the new Action Plan must also reflect the principles of subsidiarity. There's no one-size-fits-all solution across the European Union. It's important that the new Action Plan captures the diversity of national situations against our European principles. We can learn from each other. It's important that we use policy levers to encourage fulfilling and sustainable employment. For instance, to assist in discouraging involuntary underemployment in Ireland, we have a working family payment for low-income families. Where the main earner works at least 19 hours a week over a sustained period, we provide a payment to support them and to encourage them to stay in work and to ensure that the value of work is supported by us. Chair, against those principles and against those discussions, I look forward to today's discussions. But we must remember we are speaking to ourselves in this hall. And until such a time as we speak to our citizens and engage with them on where they are at, we risk losing those citizens to those who do not champion the values that we speak to and champion here today.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We pass on the microphone to the right from my perspective. Yes, sir.
Hello. I'm from Romania, so I assume it's very clear that I support all the ideas and the initiatives of my colleague, Vice President Manzatu. So that's why I will use just a part of the time to tell you that we are not only support those ideas, but we have implemented a significant number of projects inspired by the same principles in Romania. So that's why we already fulfill a lot of gaps comparable with the average EU indicators. It works, so we must move forward, move on, not only in Romania, but in all Europe as a community of shared values. What these values means? Let's speak frankly. We came from different political families, but I want to believe that combating poverty among workers, and not only for them, it is a common value. Supporting social excluded people and disability people to get decent jobs, it is a common value. Having public services for work-life balance, it is a common value of the Union. Those are some of the common values to defend, and how to defend them going forward with the workers' right and supporting the concrete exercise of these rights through the roadmap of the quality jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Jim. Michael Schäfer from Germany, from the Federal Ministry for Labor and Social Affairs. I would like to address two areas that are of specific significance for us with regard to quality jobs. It's fair labor mobility and artificial intelligence. I like very much what Mrs. Lynch said. Every job should be a quality job. That's why we very much welcome the Commission's announcement of a fair labor mobility package. Fair labor mobility is crucial for protecting workers, for ensuring fair competition, and for maintaining the EU overall competitiveness. Labor mobility should be easy but also fair, which requires a clear framework and consistent enforcement. That's why we support strengthening the ELA mandate and the proposal for a European Social Security Pass. And I would like to repeat something I said yesterday already. We also advocate for a permanently funded EU-wide advisory network for workers in precarious sectors. And we also advocate for clear rules for posting third country nationals and for stronger enforcement of legal standards in subcontracting chains. Regarding AI, second area of interest, of special interest, of course it offers a great potential for productivity and good work, but also carries risks like increased surveillance, work intensification, discriminating algorithmic decisions, and isolation of employees too. The specific information and protection needs require tailored and legal and operational solutions. Current EU legislation provides mainly cross-cutting rules, but they don't fully address these challenges. And that's why we welcome the Commission's planned initiative on algorithmic management. European minimum standards can help unlock AI's potential while minimizing risks. At the same time, there must be room for complementary national rules reflecting member states' specific situations. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Thank you. Yes, madam.
Yes, good morning, bon dia. I'm the ambassador of Finland to Portugal, Anne Lammila, and I'm representing our minister who unfortunately fell ill.
Welcome.
Finland warmly welcomes job quality on the European agenda. Employment is a fundamental element of the European social model. We can increase employment rates and achieve high job quality jobs at the same time. The competitiveness of Europe and the resilience of the citizens rely on high skills and lifelong learning, as well as on inclusive labor markets. Diverse skills need to be put in place to create innovations and economic growth. For the individual worker, It's important that the work provides a safe working environment and a sufficient living. When the working environment and conditions are healthy, safe and fair, employee turnover decreases and working careers become longer. Promotion of workability, functional capacity and well-being at work have a positive impact on the economy, business productivity and competitiveness. Work is an essential part of life. As life expectancy increases, longer working careers become more common. And it requires that jobs must be adapted for aging workforce. Working life is also undergoing a digital transformation, and we need to find a good balance between innovative and responsible application of AR, artificial intelligence. When it comes to free movement of people, we need to make sure that all European workers have a certainty that their rights are respected wherever they work in Europe. In all we do, we have to keep in mind that administrative burden should not be increased. We have to stick to the European simplification agenda. And we also have to make sure that existing headlines and targets are put into place, implemented. Lastly, we see quality jobs as a key component for a competitive Europe. And thank you, Portugal, obrigada, for bringing this important topic on the agenda. Have a nice day, all.
Thank you, ministers. Thank you, colleagues. I am Romolo De Camillis from Italy, General Director for Social Inclusion. And thank you for this, this debate. As Italy, we support, of course, the efforts to promote a new dimension for a social pillar. Two reflections on the debate of these 2 days. First of all, the multi-annual financial framework, the next framework. In our opinion, it's important to support this drive for the transformation and for the challenges in the social dimension and for the working condition of all our workers. Second point, I want to stress our ambition regarding quality for all the jobs. We have in this moment a large transformations in the labor market, and our objective is to realize quality in all of jobs. Mario Nava recalls the importance of indicators. We are following with special attention the effort on the indicators, the graduate application of indicators, because we need to understand the possibility to reach really quality job in all the areas of our labor markets. Thank you for these days, and thank you for Porto as a very interesting place for social matters. Thank you.
Grazie also for being so mindful of the time. We move to the row behind you. Yes, let's start with the gentleman over there. Welcome, sir.
Dear ministers, kind hosts in Porto, colleagues. My name is Silver Tamik. I'm coming from Estonia, from the ministry which is responsible both for competitiveness and for labor policies. So we have two compasses. We have the competitiveness compass and we have the social compass, and we have to take care whether it points to the same direction. There were many challenges highlighted already that we face: geopolitical, demographic, rapid take-up of new technologies. So I believe that we need smart and sustainable solutions that will really work in the end. In Estonia, we would like to prioritize skills development first. Just yesterday, we received a report from Geneva. It was the World Trade Report, and it highlighted that the impact of the AI will be huge. So it says that the potential impact on global trade coming from AI is 40%. It will impact our GDP by 12% at least. So it's not the only report about that. There are many. So what these reports point us that it's largely about skills, and that's why we prioritize that. So we have to align our training system with the future labor market needs, and we have to ensure that people really have the right skill set for the future. And most of all, we believe that also when people actually have and are equipped with the right skill set, it creates demand for the quality jobs. So we should look both sides. It's not only about the supply of the quality jobs from the employers, but also demand. We have to demand it. Our workers have to demand it. So they will have more negotiating power. Secondly, Europe must invest in its people, but it also needs to provide confidence to our employers. So we have to be consistent and focused when it comes to implementation of our existing rules and regulations. We have to cooperate more between member states, but also with the workers and businesses, that we really can ensure the effective delivery of the existing regulations we already have. And finally, we must focus on simplifying regulatory environment first. We have to reduce administrative burden and make better use of data and impact assessments. In this light, actually, we would propose, or we have to analyze at least, if there is a need for our own EBSCO omnibus package on labor law, on simplification actually. We believe that this can be successfully done without undermining workers' rights. In conclusions, we need both. We need competitiveness and social compasses, but we need to take care that they are really well aligned and would not lead to different directions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With a view on the time, could I see who else, in terms of heads of delegations only, wish to speak? Please raise your hand. Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sebastian Gajewski. I'm Deputy Minister from Poland. I would like to share 3 remarks concerning quality jobs. If we ask what does it mean quality jobs, I think that everyone in here can enlist decent wages, social protection, health safety, work-life balance, job stability and access to collective representation. For us in Europe it is obvious, and I think that Europe is the place in the world that we do know how to guarantee quality jobs and what quality jobs are. But I think that now we face as a European community with other challenge concerning quality jobs, is to guarantee quality jobs for all. Because the key threat that we face now is to have 2 labor markets. One labor market which with quality jobs where we can guarantee the jobs that are stable, well paid and with access to collective representation. And on the other hand, on the other side, we have the second labor market when we have junk contracts, temporary contracts, where we have overused self-employment or overused traineeships. And I think that as a European community, we have to respond to this danger, to this threat, to this challenge, because because if we do not guarantee jobs quality for all, I think we can lose our inheritance as the best place on the world to work. We showed this kind of approach when we prepared the directive on platform work. We showed how to guarantee the jobs quality in a new area of employment and to protect everyone. But I think that this kind of approach is also needed in other areas of employment, especially in new branches of economy where digitalization is used. The second remark that I would like to share with you is the fact that we should talk about quality jobs, concerning the fact that our society is now the society with 3 or more generations. Especially, I think that we should remember always that young workers face their threats. For example, we showed how to tackle their problems preparing the directive on traineeships. In Poland we really keep finger crossed for this directive, and in the same time we prepared a bill banning all unpaid traineeships. But I think that we should also think about the needs on the labor market and how to guarantee quality jobs for elder people. If we want elder people to extend their professional career, if we want them to be present on the labor market, we should offer them guarantees that is directed especially for their possibilities, but also limitations. And third remark that I would like to share concerning legislation. If we fight for quality jobs, we should remember that I think every worker in the European Union expects quality jobs. But on the other hand, I think that no one in the European Union expects administrative burdens, excessive bureaucracy, and that is the reason Poland is really satisfied with these declarations of Danish presidency on focusing on simplifications, because I feel that also in this area we need simplified legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, madam.
Thank you. I'm Emilia Fabian, the head of the Hungarian delegation as ambassador of Hungary to Portugal.
Welcome.
Dear ministers, dear colleagues, it's a true honor to be here with you today at the Porto Social Forum, where we can discuss how to strengthen both the social and economic aspects of the Union. We agree with the overall message of the last informal meeting of EPSCO ministers. Competitiveness and social standards must reinforce each other. One cannot be at once of the detriment of the other. Quality jobs are engraved in the European social model and already part of our employment policies, both on national and European level. There is already a complex and well-functioning system in place that promotes all aspects of employment policies of what we consider quality jobs. In light of this, we believe that apart from the new initiatives, priority must be given to the consistent implementation and further promotion of the measures and procedures already in place. Hungary's firm commitment to advancing job quality is reflected in our threefold national employment goal for 2030. As the main objectives are raising the employment rate for 85%, the improvement of the productivity and the working conditions. We believe that the Union must focus on achieving the original 2030 headline target, that, in our opinion, already including the promotion of job quality and careful considerations should be given to avoid further administrative burden to the member states and social partners alike. As Europe's labour market undergo profound transformation, we must remain committed to the principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights. By doing so, we will secure a resilient and competitive Europe with high social standards. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, madam. Other heads of delegation? Yes, madam.
Muito obrigado pela oportunidade. Eu sou Verônica das Dores, sou de Timor-Leste. Na minha opinião, que neste planeta, neste mundo, de Europa, Ásia e África, estamos a lutar para o bem do Estado, do nosso povo e as pessoas que nós estamos a amarmos. Eu ainda lembro uma palavra do moderador em Barcelona, disse que temos a paz e podemos dar um progresso. Se não há paz, não há progresso. Hoje estamos aqui a juntar neste momento, é que estamos a falar sobre a mudança da política, planeta, e da digital, política social, mercado do trabalho, como que podemos uma mobilidade da social. E eu agradeço que na União Europeia, do Fórum Social de Portugal, estou aqui porque no meu país, como no país de CPLP, e a nossa língua também é língua portuguesa, eu agradeço muito à senhora ministra por este convite. Eu só tenho uma ideia, que lutarmos e continuar a lutarmos. E não podemos de acabar neste planeta, porque hoje lutarmos para uma política e amanhã vem outra política. O que nós temos a fazer? Precisamos de unir em uma política justa para a nossa pessoal neste país e no outro mundo e no outro planeta que estamos à nossa espera, o nosso povo e o nosso pessoal e sobre o mercado do trabalho. Como este mercado do trabalho é muito difícil e também não há uma política, muita abordagem para todas as pessoas, porque nós na Ásia também encontramos muitas injustiças sobre nesta digital social do mercado e uma vida humana e muitos trabalhadores no mercado do trabalho que é muita injustiça em todo o lado do mundo. Obrigada.
Obrigado, madam. A pleasure to meet you again. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I come from Malta. I'm a parliamentary secretary responsible for social dialogue. I would like to start by thanking the Portuguese hosts for organizing this significant and timely event. At a time when the EU is going through major digital and green transitions and economic uncertainties, we are presented with opportunities to build a better, more resilient future and redesign our labor market. However, and here is where I believe that Esther Lynch is going to be remembered today for her famous quote, "Every job should be a quality job." At EU level, with regards to quality jobs, Malta advocates for strengthening social dialogue within member states while updating labor standards to reflect new realities such as the use of advanced digitalized technologies. EU initiatives should strengthen job quality by focusing on reducing in-work poverty, promoting gender equality at work, and ensuring adequate protection for all workers. The EU has taken important steps to ensure fairness at work through directives such as the Work Transparency Directive, the Minimum Wage Directive, and the Platform Work Directive. And these measures have helped remove injustices, unclear conditions, and lack of protection in new forms of work. And we believe that by giving workers stronger rights, this will contribute to job quality and more dignified and inclusive labor market. For this reason, initiatives of this kind should always be backed with strong policies. Such policies should be supported through EU funding aimed at skilling and upskilling workers, and employees should be equipped for future career growth and be able to adapt in a changing labor market, thus improve employee satisfaction and retention, boost productivity, and promote social mobility. We believe that further discussion with member states is warranted on a potential new headline target, especially given that a job quality monitoring framework is still being developed at working group level. Being responsible for social dialogue, I truly believe that discussions about quality jobs necessitate the full and continued involvement of social partners whose valuable inputs can further support our own efforts in improving the lives of all our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. I believe there was maybe one or two more heads of delegation, apologies. Yes, let's have the gentleman there first and then the gentleman on the other corner of that row. Welcome, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Ivan Krstev. I'm Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Policy of Bulgaria, probably one of the last obstacles towards lunch for everybody else. Today, first of all, thank you to the Portuguese government and to Minister Paulo Rangel for organizing this very important debate today, because this discussion for quality of jobs is pivotal for the future of the European competitiveness and the European economy as a whole. We all understand that in the global world today, we can rely on quality, not on quantity, and that's the future for all of us. And when we talk about the quality of jobs, probably we need to come with a proper definition. And at least for my country, the proper definition starts that quality jobs is a job that pays well, that provides decent wage. Because we cannot expect to have a productive workforce, a workforce that is competitive, unless when the workers spend all their time thinking how to make ends meet. We should also think about working conditions, because nobody is obliged, apart from their skills and knowledge, to invest also their health and their personal life for the benefit and economic gains of their employer. Last but not least, I would like to point out that a quality job is a job that not only requires investment on behalf of the employee, but also invests in the worker, in the employee, in order for him or her to be more competitive and more adaptable for the labor market of tomorrow. And when we are talking about competitiveness, let's not forget that our major competitive advantage in the world of today is our social model. This social model provides both businesses and citizens and employees with the opportunity, with security, sustainability, and last but not least, prosperity for all. And this prosperity is built on two things: social dialogue and social cohesion. So let's invest in those two things and move forward with all the initiatives that the Commission has proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Tom Bevers, and I'm from the Belgian Federal Employment Ministry. Minister's colleagues, as many have said by now, job quality is a key element of the competitive, productive, innovative and open labour market that the EU needs today more than ever. For Belgium, more and better jobs have always been an inseparable pair. In December 2001, the European Council gathered in Laken near Brussels and adopted the first multi-dimensional set of indicators on quality of work on the basis of preparatory work by the then still young EU Employment Committee. It is good that this committee has now updated the list of dimensions that we fully endorse and is working on a renewed indicator set. Whether among these indicators one is suitable as the basis for a target is a useful discussion, but the outcome cannot be precluded for now. 25 years of work and debate have shown that it is not straightforward to capture a multi-dimensional concept with all its nuances in a meaningful and understandable number. The multidimensional nature is indeed the essence of quality in work. This also means that it is a domain where one policy will never be the solution and where we need to work hand in hand with the social partners to indeed develop a roadmap. And finally, as many have underlined today, fair and efficient labour mobility, including for third country nationals, is an essential part of the quality agenda. We cannot talk about quality and at the same time tolerate labour exploitation in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe there's another head of delegation sitting right there, wishing to speak. Yes,
Thank
sir,
you.
and welcome.
Thank you. I'm the head of the Greek delegation. My name is Kostas Karagounis. I'm the Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Security. First of all, many thanks to our Portuguese host and to the Commission for bringing us together in such an open and forward-looking setting. Obviously, we welcome the conversation how to strengthen the focus on job quality, not just as a social goal, but as a core element of European competitiveness and resilience. And we are firmly positive that the Commission's further contribution on enhancing the quality of job will forward our collective commitment. In Greece, we're trying to reflect a lot on what makes a job not only available but sustainable. We are trying to support work-life balance. In practice, this means paid paternity leave, equal parental leave, or all parents, biological, adoptive, or foster, and new types of leave for caregiving and reproductive health. We also know that rights on paper must be backed by enforcement. That's why we introduced the digital work card, a tool that records employees' actual working hours in real time. It helps prevent excessive or undeclared work and promotes a culture of transparency and trust in the workplace. Another area we're investing and we consider a priority is occupational health and safety, especially as we face new risks. As the Executive Director of Eurofund reminded us yesterday, thermal stress is already a serious issue affecting workers across Europe. In response, Greece has taken action by introducing the mandatory suspension of certain outdoor work during periods of extreme heat. We're also updating our legal framework to better address occupational diseases and mental health risks, and building a digital information system to help monitor and prevent unsafe conditions more effectively. And finally, since 2019, we've trained over 400,000 people, mostly in digital, green, and soft skills, with nearly 70% of them women. We're designing new programs for youth, the long-term unemployed, and women over 55, groups too often left behind. Thank you.
Christo, thank you. Put your hand in the air if you are a head of delegation and wish to contribute. This is your final chance. Head of delegations.
Muito bom dia, sou Stella Pinto Novo, embaixadora de Moçambique em Portugal, em representação da Sua Excelência Ministra do Trabalho. Gostaria primeiro de agradecer a oportunidade de aqui estarmos e, acima de tudo, ao Ministério do Trabalho aqui de Portugal, por sempre saber que nesta matéria de trabalho é importante sempre incluir principalmente os países da CPLP e, obviamente, outros com que tem relações. É importante referenciar que nestas matérias todas que estão a ser elaboradas, tenhamos sempre a percepção de que não temos como União, não tem como União Europeia nem Portugal pensar em crescimento, em trabalho digno, de qualidade, em produção e produtividade, sem contar realmente com a contribuição dos imigrantes e concretamente dos países da CPLP. Os países da CPLP estão em crescimento, a população juvenil está a crescer, enquanto que a população europeia não está a crescer e até podemos estar a decrescer. E em todos os planos, em todos os instrumentos legais, é preciso notar-se essa questão de que só vai, obviamente, desenvolver, evoluir com a contribuição desta mão de obra também, que é no âmbito também da mobilidade laboral que já tem feito. Então, o nosso apelo é que para que estas políticas também possam pensar que não é possível uma Europa sem a colaboração da mão de obra dos países também africanos. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, madam. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for extending this even further. My name is Mark Pearson from the OECD. And thank you very much to Portugal for...
Mr. Pearson, I have to interrupt here because this round was intended for heads of delegation, but you will have the floor shortly.
Okay.
So let me first, according to protocol, check if there are other heads of delegation wishing to speak at this point. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mark, for understanding.
Muito bom dia a todos, muito obrigado. Sou Ministro do Trabalho de São Tomé e Príncipe, da parte da CPLP. Obrigado, Excelências. Muito obrigado, Sra. Ministra, pelo convite, da parte que nos faz incluir como parte também interessada neste evento. Portanto, apenas para relembrar e dizer que vou do encontro àquilo que disse a embaixadora de Moçambique, por ser da CPLP, é para nós interessante sabermos que o denominador comum nos chama a um desafio, é um desafio transversal por aquilo que nós estamos a falar de um compromisso social de inclusão. Portanto, aqui, para tudo quanto foi dito neste intervalo de tempo, nós temos presente que, de facto, a situação vai se agravando se não houver aquela coletividade que desse uma atenção, um detalhe, um olhar especificamente para qualidade de emprego e de que isto fosse mais que um denominador comum, uma ambição capaz de ser ultrapassada. Portanto, se houver essa integração, se houver melhor essa união, de alguma forma nós vamos começar a perceber melhoria naquilo que faz falta para o dia a dia. É um desafio capaz de ser melhorado, uma vez que não só a União Europeia, não só Portugal tem isso presente, mas que se unirmos as forças podemos encontrar qualidade naquilo que realmente foi dito. Nós estamos a falar de vários riscos, de vários fatores que a vontade humana é que põe melhoria naquilo que é a nossa necessidade. Portanto, eu espero que daqui as recomendações fiquem mais assentes de que o compromisso é outro e que de alguma forma pudéssemos olhar para os desafios que a cada dia vão se piorando caso nós não dermos atenção. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado. Heads of delegation, going once, going twice. Sold. Thank you very much for your contributions. Now we go to the second round, and this one is reserved for the European social partners. And I first give the floor to the representative of the social platform. And you two have 2 minutes. 2 minutes of speaking time, and the clock is in the same place. Could you raise your hand so they know where you are?
So thank you so much. I'll be very brief. We heard a lot on the commitment to quality jobs, and we've seen in the last mandate that the EU took some step forward toward addressing income inequality, but it's, as we have already discussed, now it's the time to fully implement the European Pillar of Social Rights. And so we, as I said already, we support an headline target for quality jobs because we need to, as Esther quite rightly said, have every single job has to be of quality. So all of the jobs in our union should be of quality. So we need to be able to measure as well them. Because we still see, as the Executive Vice President Minsato has highlighted, that we still are living in a EU with a lot of in-work poverty across different member states. So it is important to really look at the quality of the jobs that we have. So, as I said, the fourth target of the pillar should have support the monitoring the jobs that are provided are of quality, stable, with decent wages, with access to training, lifelong learning, and the rights to occupational safety and health. So we need to go beyond wages and safety. We need to also include holistic social and professional support in the jobs, as I said, with job training and access to lifelong learning. And this has to happen for all workers. But just to do this, we need to also strengthen, as many have said, strengthen our social protection system to be extended to all workers. And to do this has to be done through reinforcing social dialogue and civil dialogue, because as well, we can learn a lot from the representative of civil society on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Laura, for your contribution and being aware of the time. I now give the floor to the representative of Business Europe.
Thanks a lot for this second opportunity to intervene in the debate, and I will go straight to the discussion on the fourth target idea in the interest of briefness. 3 very brief remarks and 1 suggestion. First remark, which was highlighted by some already, the creation of quality jobs is the result of successful mobilization of a very wide range of policies. So the notion cannot be narrowed down to just social policy elements. Second remark, if you compare Europe to the rest of the world, it's the fact that since 3 decades, our GDP per capita is stagnating. We are stagnating at 70% of the US GDP per capita level, whereas other countries in the world are catching up. We are stuck at that level. And what is behind this is the fact that in Europe, during these 3 last decades, we were alternatively either able to increase productivity or we were able to increase employment, but never the 2 at the same time. This was meaning that we could have done even better in terms of job quality if we had been able to do both at the same time. But in today's world, with huge challenges, huge tensions, it's becoming, and demographic aging starting to bite the economy and society, it's becoming even more problematic for our future capacity to create quality jobs. So this brings me to my suggestion. And knowing that in Business Europe's view, and as some people also have observed in the audience earlier on, it's very difficult to capture the complex notion of job quality in one single target. What I would like to put on the table as an idea is that maybe if we want to assess the effectiveness of the wide range of policies that we need to put in place to improve our capacity to create quality jobs, maybe we need to look and measure the evolution of increases in productivity and employment at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will speak on behalf of SGI Europe.
Thank you very much. And I also go straight to the point. I think that before speaking about targets, we need to remind ourselves why we are having this discussion, why all this matter. And for SGI Europe, we have a clear business case here. Europe is facing a major labor and skill shortages. But particularly when it comes to our services, we have a huge problem in healthcare, transport, and education. So why we see a value in the discussion is that improving job quality is one of the best way to make this career attractive and bring people into our services. However, the challenge here is not about the principle. Again, as I said, for the pillar, is about how you make it real. And indeed, many say that Tom Bevers started with this, using the word multidimensional. The challenge of job quality is really, indeed, its multidimensional character. That is why when we are open and ready to contribute productively to discussion on a target, but we see 3 preconditions to make this successful. And the first, indeed, if you want to have a target, you have to be very precise about what you measure and how. And this is the challenge here. Then, of course, you will understand that this measurement must include also an employer's perspective. we can't just speak about rights and satisfaction. This measurement also need to embrace the ability of enterprise to remain viable, invest, innovate, and offer stable employment. The two go together. I think is a bit unrealistic to think that job quality is going to have the same measurement and characteristic depending on the different sectors. It will vary partially, sectors by sectors, regions by regions. But all in all, and above all, you can only shape a good target through social dialogue. So the call is involve the social partners in all the pathway to define the target. This is a precondition for success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the representative of SME United.
Thank you, and thank you for your interventions. First of all, I think it's clear after all this, what we've heard so far, that the notion of quality job, it differs quite a bit from sector to sector, from country to country, from starting place to another. So I would avoid making strict definitions on what do we think of quality job, because it might actually hamper the flexibility and creation of new innovative ways to create even more high quality jobs. And that's at the core of being an entrepreneur, being an being an SME. The other thing, I would say that we have, and we all acknowledge more or less, that why EU has been underperformer in global scale in its economy, although we have a great model and respect for democracy, is that we have hampered and made overly regulated continent and union, and therefore SME United is strongly against making new criteria, making new targets, making new strict rules when we haven't even implemented the already existing ones. We need to concentrate to make this continent as it good as its potential can be. With these words, thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least in this round is a speaker on behalf of the European Trade Union Confederation.
Thank you very much. I will continue where Esther finished, and this is that indeed every job should be a quality job. And this means that we need to invest in jobs, in quality jobs, in every sector and in every region. But for this, it's important that, first of all, we ensure the level playing field, and second of all, that we invest in social cohesion, so that everybody will have the real opportunities. And this is exactly what was written in the letter report as well, emphasizing the right to stay. Because people should have the opportunities to work and live in dignity where they are. And level playing field, it means that yes, we do need standards. We do need standards that apply for everybody at the European level. And this is why as ETUC we're calling for a strong quality job roadmap, strong quality job act, that it's going to ensure also the legislative initiatives. And with this, we can also talk about the targets. Because with the minimum wage directive that we have gained, we put the target that we want to achieve 80% of collective bargaining coverage, which is the essential component of quality jobs. With the Gender Pay Transparency Directive, we have ensured that we have, or at least are aiming to have a target to close the gender pay gap. With the Platform Work Directive, we are trying to stop bogus unemployment and ensure that workers even have the employment status that they deserve. So yes, this is exactly the reason why we need new legislative initiatives. And we have
couple of them in the pipeline. One of them is for sure the proposal for a traineeship directive. So yes, let's make sure that young people are not going to be used and abused as cheap or even unpaid labor, working for free in unpaid traineeships, but let's start paying them and making sure that they have access to quality jobs as well. And in our proposal for quality job roadmap, we want to address all different areas, from just transition, digital transition, psychosocial risk, and so on and so forth. Because this is what the competitiveness should be based on level playing field, and of course on the workers. Because there is no competitiveness without workers. None of the companies or economy can strive if workers are overburdened. There is no progress and productivity if workers are facing burnout. And there is no innovation and there is no progress if workers are not part of the solutions. So the real solution is indeed investing in workers and in quality jobs in every region and in every sector.
Thank you. This concludes the second round. Now the final round has 3 speakers, and I start with the representative of the European Economic and Social Committee. Mr. Oliver Robke. I think this is not a great issue. He is on one of the next panels, so he'll have an opportunity to address you then. I now give the floor to the representative of ILO. Right here. Beate, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I know almost the last one between you and lunch. But I just want to very quickly, from the ILO's global perspective, commend the ministers, heads of delegations who spoke today and really re-emphasized Europe's strong resolve to protect social rights. I think in the context in which we find ourselves today, a fragile multilateral environment, the major transformations of the labor markets that many speakers here, including Parliament, mentioned, that affect our labor markets really require that strong emphasis on rights and the protection of those rights. I also commend the Commission's initiative on this renewed focus on eradicating poverty, something that the ILO has been dealt with for many, many years, and would also encourage looking at this in conjunction with rising inequality. We have, from an ILO's perspective, always said that poverty, first of all, needs to be based on a strategy working out of poverty, to employment-based strategy, but linked to the decent work pillars of social protection, labor protection, productive employment, and importantly, many have said this here today, social dialogue. And for social dialogue, we need strong workers and employers organizations in Europe and outside Europe. And finally, my plea, again, to all the heads of delegations here in the room, we hope that Europe will remain, or be soon again, the region where all the ILO's fundamental conventions are universally ratified. And we still hope that the new conventions on occupational safety and health and the Forced Labor Protocol will be ratified by all EU member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beate. Apologies for the earlier intervention. Mark Pearson, OECD. Please raise your hand so, yes.
Not for you to apologise, Ali. It's for me to apologise. Sorry, I came in late, didn't understand where you were in the agenda. But good morning, everybody, or afternoon now. We're so late. Anyway, I just want to finish this just by making the point that, yeah, absolutely, job quality is, of course, about promoting inclusiveness. It's about promoting equity. But our analysis does show that you can, by promoting better job quality, also actually improve competitiveness and economic growth if you go around it in the right way. So there is no contradiction there. The problem, as many of you have noted, is of course that it is by definition a multidimensional concept. And I think we do need to sometimes think about just what is the most important element there, even though we do want to make progress on all of them. And here I just want to stress the importance of skills. If you have higher levels of skills, you have a more efficient workforce, you are more likely to be able to pay higher wages, you are more likely to be able to move into those economic areas where achieving high quality jobs is easiest. And I think we do have to recognize that in Europe, actually as in other developed countries, we are failing in developing our skills policies. The Programme for International Assessment of Adult Competencies suggests that the average level of skills of workers in Europe over the past decade has actually declined, especially for low-income, low-skilled workers. Basically, our skills policies do the wrong sort of training, too much on occupational health, not really about developing, not too much on occupational health. We don't want to stop that, but we don't do enough of the other sorts of training that we need to develop new skills. We train the wrong people. It tends to go to high-skilled people, not low-skilled people, young workers, not old workers, and the quality of training that we generally provide is too low. I don't see a way that we're going to sustainably improve job quality in Europe unless we make a big effort to really change the way that skills are being developed within Europe, because otherwise everything else we do, it'll be marginal gains. It won't make that systemic, large-scale change that we all want to see in job quality. Thank you.
Now, to conclude this session, we'll have a brief response from the speakers here on stage, and this time we'll go in inverted order, starting with Ms. Solomons.
Thank you very much. And first, I apologize because you understood English is not my mother language. I'm not quite fluent, but I try to do my best, like in the first part, to listen to make understand what I have to say. But first, someone mentioned also labor inspection, and I think it's also very important to underline this focus. Why? Because we can have the most beautiful law regulation at national of European level if we don't have good inspection services. So it's sometimes like not to have the regulation. So. As Ample Committee, we really want also a reinforcement of the mandate of the European Labour Authority because it's very important also to have a fair level playing field. But what we can do also, and I heard a lot of people talking about simplification, but sometimes a regulation could bring also a very simple thing. By instance, subcontracting change. We also want a limitation in the subcontracting change. Why? Because now we see a lot of companies having so many levels of subcontracting, 7 sometimes, and it means also that the core business of what the company do is going down, but also sometimes that a lot of intermediaries are doing very, how can I say, criminal activities. So keep it simple, a limitation of 2 levels of the subcontract exchange, and surely in the very sensitive sector like transport sector and other sector, it's quite simple. I also hear a lot about this target and also about how we can put and have a really targets and focus on quality job. I heard that from the Belgians to remember that 25 years ago we built that kind of indicator because it's quite difficult to have qualitative and quantitative indicator, but it still exists. I heard also the Spanish one, so target to have a very robust target and indicator for quality job could be imagined and very quickly, but as I mentioned, this is not enough. Target, this is only in the direction to have very strong politic decision and new regulation, because as I asked in the first part, we really want new legislative initiative because it's very important also to protect the worker. 4, I will come back also on the founding. There will be also no real action plan for the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights without real funding. And now what we see for the next MFF, the new proposal of the Commission, the budgetary line for ESF+, one of our important pillars for the social Europe, this budgetary line disappears. And we have no security that we really have money to build and to have a real action plan. So this is very important also to underline this. I heard a lot about labor mobility. Okay, fair labor mobility is important. So let's talk about 883 regulation, because what is also very important for the workers is to have a fair mobility of a social security system. So let's talk about it, but I think it's not in the air at the moment, but that's very important. And last, I want to come back on the digitalization simplification narrative. We are all against bureaucracy. To be clear, we are all against bureaucracy. But Europe, single market is very important, we see, but not only the DNA of Europe. So, social, ethical, and environmental regulation are a balance, a kind of framework, not to let the market do everything. So our DNA is really social and environmental regulation. So what is the difference between simplification and to cancel bureaucracy and deregulations? It's when you really reach the core of the regulation. And if I look to the first omnibus on the CSRD and CS3D, this is really the regulation because it really reach the core of the directive. So simplification, so be really careful, because I heard that you are asking to have a new omnibus on the labor, about labor rights, but this is very dangerous because this is also a kind of balance with the single market. And last one, social, and it's said by a lot of intervention this morning. Social protection, social Europe is our democratic shield. So if tomorrow we have a good and competitive market in Europe, it will be good for everybody. But if it's not good for the workers, it also means that it's very dangerous at the European level. And to have a good market, but 27 authoritarian or far-right government, I don't think it's the Europe that I want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. In the interest of time, I will make 3 points, but before the 3 points, I'll make a point 0. Because with Rosario, we have been working a lot during the summer to organize this event. It was heavy work, but I would say from the 2 hours, 3 hours debate we have had here was probably worthy. So that's what I take home. Now, the 3 points that I take home from the debate. One is on the fourth target. First of all, I would like to respond to each and everybody of you, but we have no time, so I collect in the 3 points. One on the fourth target. While you were speaking, I was having here in my hands the list of the 13 elements that defines quality job, which is in the EMCO. I can guarantee that not a single one has been forgotten by some of you. So when you read them, adequate earnings and fair wages, many mentioned it. Job and career security, many mentioned. Skills development and career progression, of course, and I'll go back to that. Employability, safety and health and work. Workplace well-being, working time, mentioned by many, linked to the right to disconnect. Autonomy, collective interest representation and organization, the point of Valeria. Work-life balance, gender equality and equal opportunities. Social protection, undeclared or undeclared work as a work to be eliminated. And on that, I really want to highlight the incredible effort that Greece is doing, and I think Nikki Kerameos and her deputy who spoke really needs to be congratulated for that. So I would say this discussion, in my mind, simply validated a lot the EMCO list for a fourth target, and I think this is a very good basis to start. Second point, skills and skilling, or upskilling and reskilling. There is one issue that I think is very clear. We all agree that it's only through skills that we regain our competitiveness. Mario Draghi said it in very clear and open words. Plus, we are in a very tight labor market. The labor market today is tight. This has been one of the biggest success of Europe of the last 20 years, to move from a slack labor market to a tight labor market. It means what? It means that participation in the labor market is absolutely crucial. And then if I can make 1 minute of commercial, this week on Monday we published the Este report of the European Commission of DG Employment, which, as you know, is our flagship report on social development in Europe, which puts participation in the labor market very much at the center. And participation in the labor market comes from two sources. The one source is internal source, those who are already in Europe today, but that for whatever reasons they do not work. We have about 51 million people who do not work. Many of you mentioned voluntary unemployment. Many of you, for example, linked to female employment, mentioned excessive care duties. Many of you mentioned other issues. You look in that report, I think winning the challenge of participation will be crucial for internal, but also for external. I was very pleased to hear voices from outside Europe, from Timor-Leste, Mozambique, and other countries, because actually, given that the European labor market is so tight, it means that in order to continue progress, we need to have a more global dimension. And there again, 1 minute of commercial. In Europe, as you know, under DG Employment chairmanship, we have the ETF, the European Training Foundation, that does training outside Europe in the countries that are likely to come in contact with us. I think this is crucial. I think discussing about need basis migration and workers coming to Europe is quite essential, and we all heard the word of the representative of Mozambique. So the global dimension of the labor market has come out. Last but not least, fair labor mobility package. Many of you mentioned. My friend Estelle brought you to reality, 883. On that, thank you, Costas and the Cyprus presidency, who will be making an effort on that, and I really hope we bring it home. We have a compromise there. We could have done it at the previous presidency. It didn't work, but I really hope we bring it there. It's central. What Estelle said is absolutely true. You cannot talk about fair labor mobility package if you don't have a directive which makes the social security coordination. And second point, on the fair labor mobility package, many of you mentioned ELA. If you want to have a fair labor mobility package, strengthening ELA is absolutely important. I heard strengthening inspections. I heard on initiative inspections. I just put one thing. We have already been there. 15 years ago, we created EBA, which is the European Banking Authority, if you want, because the banking market was very integrated. We have learned that through on initiative inspections, through a number of things, you progress European integration. So I think this could also work here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Minister.
Well, thank you. It's a bit difficult to wrap up since there were many contributions and very valuable ones, and I thank you all. As it was said, we had a lot of work to organize this, but really it was worth having it, and this discussion has just proved that it was worthwhile. So I would mention 3 or 4 points only as a wrap-up of what was said. First, the importance of the issue is really evident for all of us. It was evident for some of us before this, but it's quite evident, I mean, for all of us. But secondly, it is a difficult concept. It is a difficult notion, quality jobs. it needs to be applied to all jobs. This is something that many of you said. But it also needs to take into account regional and national specificities, and so we would have to tackle the subsidiarity principle as well. This came out of several interventions. Thirdly, it's important to keep discussing this with all relevant stakeholders, and especially with the social partners, because everybody said this. Everybody recognized that those who are on the field, the companies, the unions, the workers, they really know what's in stake. And I would say two more things. This is a huge topic, and this is why so many countries told us here that they are already implementing a lot of measures that contribute to a quality job. Measures related to work-life balance, measures related to gender pay gap, measures related to skills and job training in order to adapt to, for instance, the challenges of artificial intelligence. So from a different perspective, maybe not directly thinking of quality jobs, many countries are already implementing measures that go in that direction. And finally, I think that what came out of this debate, in my perspective, at least as how I read it, is the importance to have an holistic approach and to link the topic of quality jobs to very other important topics that were mentioned here. Just as an example, fair mobility, of course, including from workers from third countries, not only from European countries. Simplification regarding procedures and regulations imposed to companies. This came out of so many interventions. And finally, I come to one of my first points, competitiveness, and really support business to pay for the social protection. Thank you. I will now invite you to lunch, and Ali will say the directions for you.
Of course.
I would also like to have a very warm applause to Ali that has made us.
Thank you.
This is what you think.
Thank you very much. Thank you, obrigado. That is very kind of you. We have been trampling on your working conditions as opposed to what we have been preaching, and so we realized maybe lunch should not be until 2, but until 2:15. The heads of delegations are expected in the Casa de Roserau, which is a 5-minute walk, and you'll be assisted on the way. Other guests, we welcome you to the first floor. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much for your contribution, and let's thank the panelists.
Ministerial lunch.
Good day to all of you and welcome back to the second half of the last day of the Porto Social Forum. And this panel is titled Between Generations, What Quality Jobs Mean for Today and Tomorrow, and the Role of Social Dialogue in Advancing Quality Jobs for a More Competitive Europe. The chair of this panel is the Portuguese Secretary of State for Economy, Mr. João Rui Ferreira. Please give him a warm welcome.
Obrigado. So, hello. Welcome to Porto. Welcome to Portugal. It's an honor and a privilege to have you. Dear Minister, dear colleagues, Secretary of State, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you that the level and the discussions can continue at the same pace as in the previous morning and yesterday. Very interesting according to the notes, and it's such a quite and relevant topic we are discussing. When we discuss quality jobs in a moment like what we are now, in such a moment of digital transition, of green transition, quality jobs are really much more than a statistic. My background, I'm a chemical engineer. My background was in industry all my life. Actually, it was an opportunity to meet some colleagues, some people that in the social dialogue that I have been leading in that condition. I was president of a trade association, so the social dialogue was continuous, always present, with people like Mario, with Carlos Silva that I met here. We had long discussions, positive, and that's the point about social dialogue. And today it's much more relevant than probably in the past, because jobs are changing, way of doing work is changing, the relation of people with the job place, the job description, the places are completely different, so the challenges are enormous, but it's crucial for Europe to have this discussion according to all the reports we have, all the diagnoses. Now it's time really to the action plan, and we need to do it, as Mario Draghi recently mentioned again this week, we need to do it faster, much faster than before. So today we are privileged to have such a wonderful panel of speakers and panelists that Ali will introduce, and welcome Ali to Portugal as well. And it was interesting, our discussion and your experience on all this and in your perspectives. So I will kick off this conversation by inviting two leading voices on European policy. First, Mr. Oliver Hopke, President of the European Economic and Social Committee, whose leadership has been instrumental in placing quality work at the core of European policy, of the European policy debate, of course. And Mr. Hopke will share insights on what quality jobs mean for today and the workforce for tomorrow, providing a vision for how policy can best address opportunities and challenges in a rapidly evolving labor market. To further frame our conversation, I'm also delighted then to welcome Ms. Maria Luisa Cabral, Director for Quality Jobs, Working Conditions and Social Dialogue at the European Commission's DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. Mrs. Cabral's work embodies the importance of social dialogue and partnership in fostering conditions for quality, sustainable employment, and she will set the scene by exploring how effective social dialogue can drive progress and competitiveness across Europe. Following these addresses, our moderator, we agreed, Mr. Ali Al-Jaberi, will lead the panel through key questions about policy coordination, transitions in the workplace, demographic change, and promoting fairness and opportunity across generations, engaging with our esteemed panel members that Ali will introduce later, and then come back in the end with a short closing remark. So welcome again to Porto, and welcome to Portugal. I wish you a great discussion.
Thank you very much, João. So our first speaker, as was indicated, will set the scene, and that is the President of the European Economic and Social Committee, Mr. Oliver Hopke.
Thank you very much. Dear State Secretary Rui Ferreira, dear ministers, dear Director Cabral, distinguished panelists, thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers and to the minister, the Portuguese minister, for organizing this forum at this wonderful place. I have to say this. It's really a great moment to take stock and to see how can we advance on our way for quality, to ensure quality jobs for everybody. And I think putting the focus on advancing on quality jobs in this session is very timely. Thank you very much for this. And it is a great pleasure for me to introduce this debate on this topic, since our committee, the European Economic and Social Committee, has worked very hard on this issue, and just yesterday we made new proposals. So I have to say, we as ESC, we have been advocating for high quality jobs for many years in our opinions, with particular attention to the well-being of future generations and intergenerational fairness. During my mandate, and our mandate will come to an end very soon, over the past 2.5 years, we have worked to advance this agenda further, also giving a strong voice to young people in our work. Despite the economic slowdown in many countries, we are still at the moment of relatively strong labor market performance, but yet beyond raising employment rates, the quality of the jobs being created demands really our urgent attention. And as I said just yesterday in our plenary session, our committee adopted a new study on employment and adult training in a selection of 6 member states, which revealed striking variations across Europe. Its first key finding was clear: improving job quality should be part of the approach to support increasing employment rates and reaching the related EU headline target. This would allow attracting and retaining workers, including from underrepresented groups in the labor market, thus addressing labor shortages. This study also highlighted how poor job quality remains widespread, discouraging underrepresented groups from entering or staying in the labor market. So in many countries, workers face precarious contracts, low pay, limited access to social protection, few opportunities for career development, and poor work-life balance. In this context, urgent action is needed. So from our perspective, quality jobs are built on fair pay and benefits, job security, safe working conditions, respect for worker rights, and opportunities for growth. They also ensure work-life balance, social dialogue, and inclusion, so that all workers have dignity, voice, and equal opportunities. We fully support the pledge of Executive Vice President Roxana Minzato for quality jobs and more equality, lifting more Europeans out of poverty. And we look forward to the Commission's forthcoming Quality Jobs Act, as confirmed by the Commission's President in the State of the Union address. More than ever, we must demonstrate that in the European Pillar of Social Rights is not simply a declaration of principles, but a roadmap for real change. We have recently adopted our demands in an opinion on the new action plan for the pillar. And one of our key recommendations is to set up a European quality jobs target with measurable indicators developed together with Eurofound and the social partners. A key aspect for quality jobs, of course, is to guarantee adequate wages and end in-work poverty. We think that the minimum wage directive must be fully implemented. His adoption was a historic success, and I have to say, we fear that an annulment, as recommended by the Advocate General, would be a devastating blow to social Europe. Action is also urgently needed to ensure the digital transformation that delivers quality jobs for all. We need transparent algorithms, human control over AI, and new legislation to protect workers' rights in the age of artificial intelligence. Another key element of quality jobs is training. Lifelong learning should be an enforceable individual right for everyone, backed by investment and targeted support for those furthest from the labor market. And within adult training participation, still under 40%, well below of the 60% target. This is essential if we want to prepare workers for the digital and green transitions. So, to conclude, I warmly thank Minister Palma Ramalho, the Portuguese government and the European Commission for keeping the spotlight on accelerating the implementation of the pillar. 2 years ago, Porto was a milestone event. Since then, the La Hulp Declaration has reaffirmed our shared commitment, but people expect action. They do not want words alone, they want rights made real. And I believe and I hope that this Porto Social Forum can be another milestone and another inspiration to make really tangible efforts in this respect. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the discussions and I wish every success to this Porto Social Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, continuing to set the scene, is the Director for Quality Jobs, Working Conditions and Social Dialogue at DG Ample of the Commission, Maria Luisa Cabral.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to me to be here, and a special honor as a Portuguese to be speaking at the 3rd edition of the Porto Social Summit. Jobs for today and tomorrow and social dialogue. The themes of this panel could not be closer to the forthcoming Quality Jobs Roadmap because of its aim that is supposed to show that in a changing economy and society, we need to ensure that people and their jobs remain center stage. And as the President put it, and Mario said it already, we need to make sure that modern employment keeps up with modern economy. But the links between the panel and the Quality Jobs Roadmap go deeper, and that's because of how we are preparing it. And we are doing it in close cooperation with social partners. Between April and June, we went to all member states to discuss with national social partners, met with more than 44 sectors of economy and with all social partners at European level, at cross-sectoral level. So we've heard left and right and are now taking, analyzing their contributions. But what I want to say here is not what they told us, but how they can contribute to social Europe. Because we believe that social dialogue is a tool to advance social Europe at the same level as regulation or funding. So what can we do at European level to make sure that social dialogue can happen everywhere and in full autonomy? Very early on in the mandate of this Commission, within the first 100 days of the mandate, we saw the tripartite pact for European social dialogue signed by the President of the European Commission and by the Presidents of the European social partners at cross-sectoral level. And that gives a very strong political message about the importance of social dialogue, but also a commitment from the part of the Commission to continue to support social dialogue, including financially. And that's important for social partners at European level, but also national level. And we do provide funding through the ESF, the European Social Fund, for capacity building of social partners at national level. And we have proposed that that continues to be the case in the next multi-annual financial framework. But beyond funding, we have a number of tools that can make a real difference on social dialogue throughout Europe. The directive on adequate minimum wage that was already mentioned here, that also allows to expand the coverage of collective bargaining in Europe. The Council recommendation on strengthening social dialogue at national level, the first ever legal text to do so. And member states will have, by the beginning of December this year, to send to the Commission the measures that they are taking place, that they are applying to implement it. And we are very happy with the work that's going on in the EMCO committee, and maybe we will listen a bit about that, on the implementation of this Council recommendation and how to best embed it in the review of social dialogue in Europe that is closely linked to the European semester. And even the Platform Work Directive has something on social dialogue, because one of the difficulties of these atypical forms of work is that workers get together and they can reach trade unions. So, in short, when we talk about competitiveness, we talk about jobs. And when we talk about jobs for the Commission, it should be quality jobs. And social dialogue is a key enabler of quality jobs, and we have great expectations for the work that will be coming from social partners at European and national level. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now that the scene has been set, we will have interventions from a large panel of esteemed speakers, and they'll be responding to a number of questions. Perhaps we can put the questions on the screen so the audience can have a look at them. They're very small. Maybe I should read it to you. What role can EU-level coordination and monitoring of national employment and social policies play in strengthening the link between competitiveness and the creation of quality jobs? How can stronger collaboration between institutions, governments, and social partners ensure that the green and digital transitions deliver not only more employment opportunities, but also sustainable improvements in job quality and work-life balance? 3, how are demographic changes expected to reshape the size, composition, and skill profile of European workers? Finally, in what ways can public policies contribute to reducing intergenerational inequalities in access to quality jobs, training, and social protection? These are the questions. Now, one dimension of a quality job is that you get enough time to complete your task. I'm not sure if you will agree to the time that we're setting to complete your task in delivering your statement, but I thank you in advance for the patience with time management. I will start by giving the floor first to the Irish Minister of Social Protection, Mr. Dara Calleary.
Thank you, Ali, and thank you for chairing us today. I suppose a lot of those questions can be answered in a couple of phrases. In 1952, the European Steel and Coal Community was the precursor to our European Union today. The word community continued on to the European Economic Community and to our European Union. Union and community have at their heart people. And we have identified within the competitiveness compass that people are one of the most valuable resources of the European Union in terms of our competitiveness. And we've got to remember that. And all of these questions are linked by how we treat people and how we respect their aspirations. In 1952, when the European Coal and Steel Committee was set up, there was a job of a drover. And the drover's job was to bring livestock to be sold at markets, its villages, its towns, right across Europe, and to bring back either money or other animals. And that job is gone today. That job no longer exists. Well, can you imagine what those drovers would make of our delivery drivers on their electric bikes whizzing in and out, bringing us world food? And while the jobs may be different, and all of the jobs of today are very different, the principles of employment are the exact same. The principles of an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, of respect and dignity in your workplace, wherever that workplace be, and whether that workplace now may be your home, because you can remote work. Security within the workplace, and security of employment, the possibility of advancement and respect from your employer. They're the exact same in 2025 as they were in 1952. And I think, given the challenges we face in terms of demographics, of the digital transition, of the green transition, the competitiveness gaps, all of the labour shortages, etc., it is important that we remember those principles of why people work and what they expect from their workplace, and equally what employers can expect from those that work for them. And I spoke earlier, if we ignore that, and if we ignore those principles, then we risk losing the people that we're here to serve, and we risk handing the political advantage, the political agenda in the European Union to those who have no respect, or who don't really care about workers, who don't care about the principles of a European social community that we're talking here today. So that's why this forum is so important, and that's why we need to continue the conversations beyond the formal halls of Porto, and that's why we need, most importantly, to have those conversations with the drovers of today, with those who are delivering today, with those who are working right across Europe today. We need to look at reskilling. What do we say to people who worked in old industry, in the coal and the steel? For us in Ireland, we have just moved from peat-fired energy, and we're training up people to become new energy technicians. But we need to not just set high-level targets and throw money at it, we need to walk with people on their reskilling journey. As we get older, we're harder to retrain, because nobody in this room can deny that. And it is a confidence thing. And while we set targets for reskilling to address demographics, to address just transition, we've got to actually assign people to walk with the people that we're trying to reskill on that journey. Not just leave them to the journey, not leave them to the strategy, but there needs to be investment in people to walk them on the journey as well. We want right across the forum, we've got to invest in minding those who are working in whatever workspace they're in small, in medium, and in large workspaces, but also invest in the employer and have faith in the employer. There is a danger that in this discussion that we come down on all employers and that we hammer all employers. 99% of employers are there to provide opportunity, to provide economic opportunity. And let's remember that too. President von der Leyen has laid out the Equality Jobs Act as a major focus, and she referenced that in the State of the Union address last week. So it's all very well to have the aspiration of a State of the Union address. It now comes down to us, and it comes down to forums like this and councils for us to actually put meat on this particular bone, and that will be challenging, but we will take it on. The Equality Jobs Act needs to be ambitious, it needs to be real, it needs to be respectful, and it needs to remember the aspirations that bring all of these questions together in terms of reskilling, in terms of work-life balance, in terms of demographic changes, in terms of the fact that people want to work later, want to work longer than we might have been used to, but for some that opportunity isn't available because of the kind of work they do. So it's to come up with a solution that brings everybody involved. So finally, Ali, I'll say this time next year we will have the honour of having the presidency. We will drive this ambition on with our colleagues in the Commission. But at the end of the day, we are a community, we are a union. And at the basis of any community and the basis of any union is respect for people. And once we keep that in mind, we will manage the principles behind these questions.
Thank you very much. I'm now delighted to give the floor to the Minister of Labour of Luxembourg, Mr. George Michaud.
Ministers, dear colleagues, representatives of organizations, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the Porto Social Forum organizers to the chance to speak about an issue, a central issue to our union's future, quality jobs. Quality jobs are more than just an economic target. They are the foundation of a fair, inclusive and resilient society rooted in decent work, fair wages, safe conditions and healthy work-life balance. Today, we face a dual challenge, protecting existing quality jobs while preparing for the jobs for tomorrow. Amid digital transition, ecological change and geopolitical uncertainty. In Luxembourg, we are tackling this head-on by making lifelong learning a national priority and investing in vocational training and digital skills to keep our workforce for the future. In this context, we recently adopted a national skills plan dedicated to up and reskilling and reskill workers in the job in order to anticipate the qualifications that will be needed tomorrow. The execution of this plan will be accompanied through a tripartite body, as we consider that trade unions and employers have a crucial role to play in this process. Across Europe, we need a pragmatic approach aligning skills development with a real market needs and adapting labor policies to promote flexibility, productivity, and innovation. Let me also underline that an important part of this effort is the role of social dialogue. At both national and European level, by working together, governments, employers, and trade unions, we can find balanced solutions that support workers, strengthen businesses, and prepare our economies for future challenges. Social dialogue is a valuable tool in advancing quality jobs and promoting a more competitive Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to what I believe, and I hope you allow me, is the youngest person on the stage. He is president of the European Youth Forum, Radoš Vojku.
Yeah, no pressure, right?
Well, the pressure is on them, really.
Yeah, well, here we are. Hi, hello, everyone. My name is Radoš Vojku. I'm the president of the European Youth Forum. And I'm very, very happy to have had the chance to hear the ministerial perspective and the policymakers' perspective. If there's maybe one thing I want you to leave with today after our discussion is, when it comes to the employment situation of young people, is that when we speak about youth employment, we see unemployment as being the biggest issue. Data that we have shows us that that is no longer the case. Of course, unemployment rates are still very high. The rate of young people not in employment, education, and training is still very, very high. But right now, the biggest struggle that faces Europe's young workforce is quality and the quality of work. Young people are oftentimes the first ones to lose their jobs during an economic downturn, during an economic crisis or a recession. And this, from the very, very beginning of their careers, impacts the outlooks that they have throughout their lives to career progression, their access to social security. And the thing is that low quality, unstable work, which is oftentimes what young people are engaged in the most at the beginning and throughout their careers and while they're young, as well as what we're seeing from an intersectional perspective, the housing crisis, low wages, unpaid internships and unpaid work, really shows us that all these things keep young people from achieving certain goals that we have come to understand as adulthood. Whether we talk about buying a house or buying a car or establishing a family or a business, all of these things prohibit young people from being able to do this. It is a matter of social progression. And as a result, we're facing yet another issue that is very closely related to this, which is mental health, as a result and an integral part of it. There is this one piece of information that for me was a bit mind-boggling. I don't know if it will be for you as well, which is that the current young generation is the first one who doesn't believe that their lives will be better off than the previous generations. And I think this should be alarming to us in a very significant way and for a very significant reason, which is that this shows us, apart from economic, the sloth of economic growth and so on, it shows us a loss of hope in the labor market and a loss of hope in the skills of young people as actors in the labor market. President von der Leyen, in her political guidelines, she said that intergenerational fairness, which we also have a very small question, literally small question, on the panel about, that intergenerational fairness is about everyone, but it's mainly about young people. We have identified one of the most important principles of this intergenerational fairness being the generational recognition. Because we speak about different generations, we speak about young people, we speak about Gen Z, Gen X, Gen Y, millennials, and so on, but we do not, generations are not homogeneous. There are different struggles across different generations, and some of the challenges that young people face in the labor market are specific to this generation, but they need the support of other generations, whether it's employers or policymakers or citizens in general. And a good example for this is unpaid internships. And the fact that young people have to do unpaid work, oftentimes seen as a rite of passage to be able to access better employment opportunities. Well, let me tell you this is not true. You should not have, as a young person, to work an unpaid job for 6 months, for a whole year, to be exploited, to have potentially the prospect to have a better job eventually. So our first demand, to end this exploitative practice of unpaid traineeships and unpaid work only for young people. How many of you are paid for your jobs? If you could put a hand up, maybe.
Oh, there's only one.
Only one person. So you're all here voluntarily. How many of you are paid for the camera can't see you, it's fine. How many of you are paid for the work that you do? Which is, it's fine, you're earning a wage, it's perfectly okay. It's nothing to feel guilty about. And from our panel?
Maybe you should ask how many are being paid enough. Let's see what happens then.
I feel we're going to go down a bit of a rabbit hole. But so, there is no reason, no objective reason why young people should not be paid for the work that they do. That's our first demand, to end these practices, and we really hope that the Traineeships Directive will put an end to all of these unfair working practices throughout the European Union. The second demand is to end zero-hour contracts, which is something very particular to young people, very particular to platform workers, but it prevents them from having actually a stable quality employment without addressing these zero-hour contracts and these what we call involuntary part-time contracts, because you don't know, will you be scheduled for work or not? And then thirdly and lastly, to support young people who are not in employment, education, or training by having money for the Youth Guarantee in the next multi-annual financial framework. The Youth Guarantee works. It works through the employment services. It works at reaching out to young people, and it works in reducing the rate of young people who are not in employment, education, or training. It would be foolish for the European Union to undercut one of its most relevant social programs. So, to close, we need to prioritize quality employment for young people and fair wages, which really allow young people across our entire continent and the European Union in particular to live their lives to the fullest. Because it's fair, because that's what we stand for, and because it's what the European Pillar of Social Rights, which we fully welcome and hope will come into fruition sooner rather than later, tells us to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Radesh, for that important angle. Our next speaker is Chair of EMCO, Ulrika Hall.
So thank you for the invitation. And as a new chair of the Employment Committee, it's a privilege to join this panel and present the work of EMCO, recently carried out on job quality. Before the summer, the committee adopted a formal opinion on the dimensions of job quality. And this followed the interest expressed by the Commission for EMCO to contribute to the future Quality Jobs Roadmap. The document also includes valuable inputs from the Social Protection Committee, so I thank Ruth as SPC chair for this. In this opinion, we take the point of departure in that improving the quality of jobs is not only a social imperative, but it can also be a strategic driver of competitiveness and productivity. And we believe that it's important to have a shared understanding of job quality, and as many of you here today has stressed, also our opinions stress that it's a multi-dimensional concept. We heard just before lunch, Mario Nava mentioned the 13 dimensions of our opinion, so I'm not going to repeat them here, but it's worth noting that they include both more traditional aspects, such as wages and working conditions, but also aspects such as work-life balance, workplace well-being, and access to social protection. And these dimensions are truly interlinked, and we believe that having all of these can potentially spark a virtuous cycle. And this would also be to the benefit not only for workers, but also for businesses, communities, and the economy as a whole. And with all these different dimensions of job quality, it's clear that it will require actions from many different actors and on different levels. So the EU level can do some, the member states can do some, but also the social partners are truly important in this context. And just to highlight a few things about the social dialogue. We know that well-functioning collective bargaining is a mechanism that can boost productivity and translate productivity gains into fair wages and decent working conditions that are sustainable over time. well-functioning social dialogue between strong social partners is also essential for anticipating and managing change, not least in the green and digital transitions that we're facing. And of course, collective agreements are not just about pay. They can address a wide spectrum of quality job dimensions. The EMCO opinion is clear that collective representation is one of the horizontal enablers for quality jobs. Yet we believe that we must also acknowledge the challenges. In several member states, collective bargaining coverage has declined over the past decade. In others, the autonomy and capacity of social partners, as well as the room for maneuvering collective bargaining, remains constrained. And in certain sectors, often though with lower wages and more precarious forms of work, representation remains weak. And from an EU perspective, it's important to find ways to support social dialogue in all its diversity. In the coming months and through 2026, EMCO will address these issues with a renewed impetus. And just to mention some concrete things that we will do on social dialogue. We will prepare a more technical opinion on the possibility to improve the scope and relevance of data collection on social dialogue. We will assess the implementation of the 2023 Council recommendation on strengthening social dialogue in the EU. And we will also hold a new fully tripartite meeting to give national social partners from all member states a platform for EU-level discussion. And on the job quality and the different dimensions, EMCO will also work with its indicator group to finalize a robust monitoring framework by early 2026 so that job quality developments can be tracked and discussed in the context of the European semester on the basis of solid evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is the Director of Social Affairs at Business Europe, Maxime Cerruti.
Thanks, Ali, and good afternoon to all of you. I will be introducing to you what we think as employers is important in order to be able to provide good jobs. And I want to start with skills. It was mentioned several times. Availability of a skilled workforce is paramount. And of course, it is about the process of upskilling and reskilling, but it is also about getting the support to address the labor and skill shortages. And in this context, I think the cooperation with EMCO has been quite fruitful. We had a tripartite meeting in March. It is now to be followed up as well, Ulrika, and I hope there will be more to come because the issue remains very important. There is also the investments that are needed in order to improve the upskilling and reskilling provisions for the adults. And in that respect, we've been calling in the multi-annual financial perspectives to have, as part of the new ESF, 15% of the new ESF dedicated to provide employers with support in skilling their workforce. But we also agree, it was mentioned before today, that it's important also to have specific approaches for inactive people because indeed they are the least likely to participate in training and the most far away from the labor markets. Now also thinking about the role of social protection, I think in the discussions today there was a good link made by some of you about the interplay between the costs of labor coming from the taxes on labor, which is basically then in the social protection systems, and what is the availability of negotiations through collective bargaining between the employers and the workers for good working conditions. And so, of course, on the one side, it's about having social protection where it's needed and make sure that it's updated in the provisions, but that we also have a good account about how the resources are used and that we can discuss that yearly to have a good focus of the resources. But it's also, of course, about making sure that the non-wage labor costs are not going to be too high and that it leaves space for negotiations on the working conditions and the wages. Then there is the aspects relating to regulations and the social dialogue. And on the regulations, I think several of you mentioned the importance of simplification. And our key message to the Commission is, of course, to include concrete initiatives in the discussions on quality jobs roadmap and the act to come about simplification of some existing social directives. I mean, in that respect, we have made clear that for us, the Pay Transparency Directive is one that really needs to be looked at. There are provisions in it in the scope, but also in terms of what is expected from employers in comparisons, for example, with hypothetical workers, that is really impossible to put in practice. So this is something to be improved. But it's also, of course, about making sure you avoid duplications, and in the area of platform work, for example, the way it interacts with GDPR and the AI Act needs to avoid duplications. On the regulatory side, of course, it's also about ensuring that we have a coherent framework and that it is going to be leaving the space for social dialogue solutions. And on that, I think it is really relating also to the work of EMCO that was just mentioned by Ulrika, to make sure that there is space for collective bargaining and social dialogue. And we're looking forward to the exchanges next year. But we need, of course, to make sure also that the voluntary nature of social dialogue is respected and that it is up to the social partners to negotiate at the level they think is best. So having said all this, I think there is a lot of room to discuss, but we need competitiveness first, productivity to be able to afford improvements on social conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maxime. Our next speaker is Chair of SPC, Ruta Guerra.
Hello, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for your pension to my voice because it's not in good conditions. So, and I also would like to thank you on the behalf of the Social Protection Committee, the invitation to be here today. Well, looking at some of the questions, the EU-level coordination of national employment and social policies is in fact a treaty-based mandate of the Social Protection Committee. And to do it in the light of strengthening the link between competitiveness and the creation of quality jobs is a natural step of our activities, which is well reflected, among others, in our upcoming 2025 annual report. And this report highlights the findings, which includes the progress on the poverty targets, which, by the way, show some progress, but with a reality very different across Europe. And these main findings should guide the preparatory work for the 2025 cycle of the European semester. This year, our report went deeper on the access to social protection in the context of the implementation of the Council recommendation on access to social protection for workers and self-employed, and concludes that the changing world of work, digital transformation, population aging requires a continuing adaptation in the rules and organization of social protection scheme to ensure that they remain transparent, accessible, and adequate for all. Well, but despite the fact that over the last couple of years, member states have been actively in doing so adjusting their social protection systems in response to this challenge, ensuring equitable and adequate social protection for all, especially for those in non-standard or intermittent employment, remains challenging. So these issues are also an integrated component of job quality, as underlined in the related EMCO opinion that was mentioned by Ulrika, to which SPC provided contribution. And we will continue working the dimensions in our ISG indicators group. Well, I also would like to say that SPC followed the development since a long time concerning the demographic age in his triennial analysis of social protection policies aimed to ensure living standards in old age. That it means the pension adequacy report that is delivered every 3 years. Last year we have published the last edition, and we have just established a new working group to develop an integrated view of pensions and long-term care policies, and the next report will be launched 2007, where gender equality will be mainstream throughout the analysis, considering the important gender pension gap. As we speak yesterday, to facilitate women are both the main providers of the long care facility work-life balance. Also would like to stress the monitoring and benchmarking frameworks that we have been established for child guarantee, pensions, minimum incomes, access to affordable, high-quality long care. And these frameworks are helping member states to monitor and facilitate reforms in the relevant policy fields. The involvement of EU social partners and civil society organizations remain key in delivering our activities. We also held a tripartite horizontal debate to support the monitoring progress in the implementation of the European Commission Action Plan on Labours and Skills Shortages, and we focus in active inclusion on this, and also in the shortage in the long-term care and healthcare sectors, with a view to deliver key message from to EPSCO. Also, just to finalize, I would like to stress that our committee provides a forum for exchanging national practice and mutual learning through various networks of policy experts and peer review programs. I must admit that the numerous activities require significant commitment and human capacity from the member states, but apparently it's well appreciated. And last but not least, I would like to underline that the need to pursue the effective cooperation in the field of social employment, but also economic policies, we need to pursue that, and joint reflections between the EPSCO and ECOFIN filière, which requires working process and adequate calendars to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ruta. I now give the floor to the Confederal Secretary of ETUC, Thea Yarts.
Thank you very much for inviting us in this dialogue, because I believe that, this panel should really be all about dialogue. And of course, as social partners, we always support the dialogue, social dialogue, collective bargaining. But unfortunately, we also see that collective bargaining coverage, for example, it's decreasing. That the social dialogue, it's not always working. And what we mean with the dialogue that we want to engage is also to be honest. We want to engage in a dialogue that leads somewhere, that results in actions that people can feel in their daily life. And this is why we were also very happy when we heard the announcement from the Commissioner Minzato that we're going to have a quality job roadmap and a quality job act, that it's going to provide a level playing field, legislative initiatives that are going to close the gaps that we're feeling at the labor market now. Because this is what people expect from us. They are frustrated, they are afraid, they are struggling, they are facing precarity, low wages, they are paying the price of the cost of living crisis, they are facing with inequalities and paying the price, yes, of wars, financial and economic crisis, climate crisis, digital transformation, and so on and so forward. And we need to have a response to them. And this is not just the dialogue, but it's concrete actions. And when we talk with those people, their priority, I'm sorry to say, wouldn't be the competitiveness. Because they know they are not getting the results of this competitiveness. They know that this is not trickled down, and they know that it doesn't lead to improving of their working or living conditions. And especially in the current debate, we see that competitiveness agenda wants to go hand in hand with deregulation agenda. And we have heard it, that they want to simplify the social directives. For us, this means a threat that it's going to lead in reducing the labor standards, the wages, deregulation, weakened protection, and basically dismantling the standards that we have fought for decades and centuries. Minimum protection, social rights, And this is something that, of course, we should not engage in, because this is actually the race to the bottom. And the working people are not gonna respect these kind of outcomes. What they're going to see is that competitiveness and deregulation, if understood so narrowly, can lead to social dumping, wage ducting, tax cuts for only the privileged few. While in reality, what we should be doing is helping the ones that are struggling the most, the regions that are already going through digital and green transition, because jobs are being lost on a daily basis. And this is why exactly we need, for example, at the European level, Just Transition Directive, that it's going to address the change that it's already happening, and that it's going to allow workers to be part of this dialogue, so they can have a say in the changes that have direct impact on their lives. The same goes with the digital transition. We have seen a huge platformization of the labor market. And yes, last year we have adopted Platform Work Directive that still needs to be transposed in all 27 member states, and we're still waiting for this. But with this directive, we aim to make sure that we stop bogus unemployment, that we recognize the employment status of millions and millions of workers. So we don't want to water it down, we want to reinforce it, and we want member states to implement it. And platformization and AI and algorithmic management, it's not only in the platform economy, it's spreading into the old-style industrial relationships. And yes, this is why, again, we need to ensure protection and a level playing field for all of the member states, and we need a new directive on AI. And this is what we expect from those dialogues as well. The Quality Job Act, for sure, it's going to be one step forward. And in all this process, again, I will repeat myself, we need to be remembered that there is no competitiveness without workers. Because a company or an economy cannot thrive if people who make it run are overworked, undervalued, or are struggling to survive. And there is no productivity if workers face burnout and insecurity and unfair conditions, because exhausted, demoralized workers cannot deliver their best. And there is no progress and no real innovation without workers, because the ideas and solutions and creativity comes from people, not from machines and not from algorithms. So rather than hoping that the benefits of competitive Europe would trickle down to the people, let's turn the table around and let's first invest in people, in equal opportunities, in social progress, and then, believe me, also the competitiveness can follow. Thank you.
The Social Platform Secretary General is Laura Bonfils.
Thank you so much. So I'm pleased to be contributing today again. And not only because we're talking about quality jobs that have a very strong social inclusion component, but also because of focusing on intergenerational fairness. And a social platform representing civil society organization promoting the advancement of social Europe. We represent members advocating for social rights across all of the life cycle, from childhood to young people to old age. So it's very important to focus on this. So the pillar of social rights remain the compass for achieving a more social Europe. And its upcoming action plan is to meet the ambitions of making progress on existing targets, but as well on implementation, like an ambition implementation of the pillar. We need to see action, as I said, that people can actually be tangible for the working condition and the social condition of people on the ground. And we need to start, for example, from the budget that we are about to discuss, because this has a vital role in triggering social inclusive and environmentally sustainable reforms and investment that are necessary to fully implement the pillar, but as well all of the ambitious social ambitions that we have as union. So we need to reiterate the commitment that we have for the social model. So the current, just looking at the proposal, the current ESF Plus is known for supporting labor market measures and even as guarantees of social investment in poverty reduction and social services in other member states, but the next MFF needs to be equally ambitious in this regard and prioritize social investment at least at the same degree that the current MFF does, and not reducing the percentage. So although we've seen progress in the semester, that it's in the European semester, that is one of the coordination mechanisms that we have for social policy in the last decade, we've seen some progress toward the social aspect with the social convergence framework. And this is very welcome, but we want to see tangible translation into country-specific recommendations that are suggesting social progress. So looking again at competitiveness and the focus that we have, and as well on the focus that there is currently on security, we need to really pay attention on the risk of dismantling Europe's social foundations. So as several of us have said, it's important to keep supporting a strong social agenda, promoting social inclusion, equality, and solidarity as key priorities, not as consequences of competitiveness. Actually, they have to be their priority. So we cannot be competitive without a strong social Europe that makes sure that people can thrive and be resilient in the changing and challenging times that we live in. So there is a strong competitive advantage in investing in our social model and integrating a strong social agenda in our, and keeping the pillar as our compass for doing that. So we've said again that we support the fourth target for to looking at quality jobs, and it's very important, and quality jobs should first and foremost aim to contribute to the well-being of people and the planet, guarantee labor rights and fair wage and decent level of social protections. Quality jobs go beyond wages and safety. They must include holistic social professional support, on-the-job training, access to lifelong learning. Also have flexible working arrangement, adequately paid leaves, and they're also crucial components of quality jobs. So to do this, for example, one of the contributions that we want to push for is the work integration social enterprises that we represent as well, that can help to the provision of personalized pathway to work integration, participatory governance, and adapted workspaces as well. And as well, the contribution that social economy entities do into reuse, repair, recycled, but as well into creating good standard jobs. So the Quality Jobs Roadmap and the Act should systematically integrate WISEs and as well the model of the social economy. So just to conclude, civil society work closely with people excluded from the labor market and work actively to create employment opportunities for them, and also to create direct employment, but also supporting businesses to employ the diverse workers. So social dialogue is very important, but as well, it needs to be linked to the dialogue with civil society organizations, so with the civil dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one more speaker, and then I give the floor to the chair to conclude the remarks, to provide his concluding remarks, and that is the president of SES, the Portuguese Economic and Social Council, and I thank him for his patience of speaking last, Mr. Luís País Antunes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind invitation. Thank you to all the colleagues of panel, and good afternoon to everybody. I think this is my first sprint panel. I was training to run the 800 meters, and finally I have to run the 200 meters. Anyway, I will try in the 3 minutes 36 I still have to say something interesting or something important. The first thing is it could seem that it is a semantic issue, but it is more than that. I don't think quality jobs is the good topic. We should talk about job quality, because we are putting the focus on the job, which normally exists or will exist, and not on the quality. And what we need is job quality and not quality jobs. which is a different thing. But let me share with you, in a very expedite way, three more and three less. What we really need to answer all those questions, which are quite complicated to answer in a very short time. We need more social dialogue. I will come to this. We'll need more economy, which means more competition, more innovation, and bigger and stronger companies. And we need a more human-centric approach to the problems workers and the society live with today. I'm talking about housing policy, I'm talking about care services. If we don't find the adequate answer to those problems in a human-centric approach, we will be defeated. So those are the three more, the three less. What we need less. We need urgently less intergenerational inequalities. This will be one of the biggest challenges. There is a clear mismatch, and we need to level the playing field between generations in terms of social protection. Normally, the older are more protected than the younger. And the access to labor, the access to market, where the younger, not necessarily the most younger, are more protected than the older people. Second less, we definitely need less taxation, but this is, and probably in some domains also less regulation. I'm not talking about deregulation, but less regulation in some domains. But this is a quite complicated topic. And the third less is poverty. We clearly need less poverty because the fight against poverty, it's so far has not proved to be to choose the good ways and the good responses. Let me end, because I'm already finishing, to social dialogue. We need more social dialogue, but when I'm talking about social dialogue, I'm talking not only about tripartite social dialogue, but also bipartite, and we also need to enlarge the social dialogue to the organized civil society. We are still very blocked in social dialogue. And to conclude, I would just say that many times we lose too much time discussing about the outcome of negotiations, if there is an agreement, if there is not an agreement. It is not possible to find an agreement every time, but it is very important for each of the participants, for each social partner, to listen to the other and to go back home and to think about what the path will be to find the most adequate response to the problems that are identified by both parties. And that's my final message. Thank you very much.
João, what are your final thoughts?
Well, such a tough job in such a long panel. I have to make a confession. I had a prepared speech for the closing remarks. My team is always very professional, but I think we need to first be sharp and fast, but mostly it's impossible to do closing remarks before listening to people. I learned that today. But let me give you some thoughts. So it's a short resume. I put ideas and then I try to close. So starting, we are in front of a very complex topic. So it's very complex. So we are trying to find simple solutions for a complex topic, which is typically a job for engineers, but I cannot give you the answer right now. I will do some remarks. We have some kind of dual challenge. So it was clear during the panel that we need to do this in a way that we can protect workers or today's workers, and promote for tomorrow's skills, which are comprised in digital transformation and in new industries. According to this, I can tell you that Portugal, especially the part where we are in the country, North Center, that is typical industrial based of long tradition industries, we are really, really seeing that in life. How can we secure what we have today by adapting for what we'll have tomorrow with more added value? Then we had also the very, very nice perspective that the jobs evolve with technology and transitions, but human expectations typically remain the same. And so I think it was the minister from Ireland that mentioned this and made the analogy between 1952 and 2025. And actually, technology evolves, but expectations are the same. Ambition, respect, dignity. Then we had one of the moments that had the biggest applause, which is normal, the youth priorities. And actually, we can support everything you said. So, not unpaid work, fight youth unemployment, because you touched the point. We were talking about employment and jobs, and he came to talk about unemployment in a specific range and generation that faces this reality. So it was, and called also to action in mental health, that it's a huge topic and a huge, huge question that we also need to address. So everyone agreed, more or less, and that also the panel induced us to go there, that direction. Social dialogue is central. But central in the way that it should not be a ritual, but the foundation of trust. So and according to what we have in Portugal, my experience and now government experience, led by our Minister of Labour and conducted by our President of the Economical Committee, we are doing that. We are really doing that, social dialogue. Then we also had strong messages like everyone agreed that strong economies are built on strong workers. So I don't say this as in the end of the day, everything comes to people. So companies, we can have all the technology, but in the end of the day, relations are made among people. And strong workers are key for strong economies. And competitiveness, it's equally to quality jobs plus social dialogue. So to conclude, I think we are in fears of a competition. Actually, no one mentioned the point that we are discussing this in Europe, but we are facing a strong competition with other blocs. It should be interesting to see how they face these questions. And time is running. And as I said in the beginning, diagnoses we have, reports we have the best. Now it's really time to action, and we must act with courage, we must act together, and we must move forward for our people, for our young generations, and especially for the future of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, João, for your excellent reflections. Now, before I thank the panelists, and with your permission, because we don't wish to run over the end time of the conference too much, we will skip the break that is in your program, and we'll have a technical break to reshuffle the stage and move on to the final panel. Now, please join me in thanking João, Oliver, Maria Luisa, Raresh, Ulrika, Rute, Maxime, Thea, Laura, Luis, Dara, and George. Thank you very much. at most. Thank you very much. Welcome back. This is the final panel, and it is titled Global Outlook, Employment and Social Policies in a Broader Context. The chair of this panel is the Portuguese Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Paulo Rangel. I now give him the floor for his introductory remarks. Minister Rangel, the floor is yours.
Well, first, let me welcome all of you, because I'm in my hometown. So it is for me a pleasure to have here the Fórum Social do Porto, so our social forum. And let me also thank very much my colleague of Cabinet, Minister Paulo Rangel, because Rosario has, I'd say, lived so intensely the preparation in the last months. It's not from the last week, in such an intense and, I'd say, committed manner that I think that we have to thank her from our hearts for all the work and all the commitment that the ministry and especially the minister had in this occasion. Then let me say that probably the main issue that we have to look is that employment, social policies are a kind of DNA of Europe and the European Union. And we have proved in the past that we are capable of developing a system, a model, where economic growth, democracy, respect for classical fundamental rights, freedom and liberty, equality, is possible with a very strong social dimension. And this is something that is unique. Probably you can also find this in Canada, in Australia, New Zealand, probably Japan. But this is the European model, the European way of life. And what we really have as a, I'd say, very, very, very strong goal is that we can keep this social model in a totally new world, where geoeconomics is completely different from the last 10 or 20 years, where artificial intelligence is going to change dramatically the role of employment and the idea of what is and who is a worker. Sometimes I think that we have probably a new era where we will have the Greek otium as the main characteristic of the society, where people will work probably less, but in a much more productive way, and where they are going to be asked to use another kind of work. For instance, social work. This means a lot of people will also not only work in the sector of industry or of commerce, but also the social sector probably will need more people, because here artificial intelligence is not really making the care for the other dimension. So this very, very clear social dimension that is to take care of the others. This is something that probably you cannot do without human beings actively. This also applies to culture. This also applies to intellectual and philosophic, let's say, work. That's why I say probably we will come to a new era where some similarities with the beginning of the Western civilization in Greece will be met again. This time, not through slavery that would really create opportunity for the ones that were citizens to have this kind of role, but probably because we have artificial intelligence, we have robotics, we have a lot of technological development that will give us, to the workers, a new opportunity. So we have really to do it. But, and I conclude now, this will be only possible if we have strong economic growth. Otherwise, this will be very, very difficult. And so I would like to insist in this idea that our Prime Minister has stressed this very morning. Without a strong economic growth, without sustainable public finance, any speech about social rights is rhetoric. Of course, I remember that during the Portuguese Revolution, one of the main captains of the movement that was very, very leftist, after some months became very leftist, said to Olof Palme in Sweden. He visited Sweden and he said, "We want to extinguish the rich." Of course, because everybody should be equal. And Olof Palme answered, "Hey, it's rather curious, because here in Sweden we want to extinguish the poor." And this is a good summary of what we have to do. We have really also to make our economies fit for this new year, where social dimension will be much more important. But it won't be important if we have strong economy and sound public finance. And now I would pass the floor to Gilbert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Indeed, the floor is now passed on to the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Gilbert Humboldt.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Labour, Ministers and Head of Delegation. First of all, I really need to express our appreciation for inviting ILO to the forum, which you have been doing over the years, and we don't want to take it for granted. So I really want to say thank you so much. Just listening to the introductory remark by the Minister now, want to bring that back when you talk about the economic growth, when you talk about the social dimension, particularly in Europe, that has been leading the world in trying to balance the social and the economic and the environment, those three strong pillars of our common feature. I want to bring that back to some of the data that ILO from our latest World Employment and Social Outlook, where you see that the trends for unemployment rates globally that remain steady around 5%. If you could see that 5% is not too bad, then if it's important to start thinking about deepening the analysis and unpacking that 5%. So the economic growth remains insufficient to address structural labor market imbalances, particularly in developing countries. For a few years now, we have started, I believe about 4 or 5 years, We have started measuring in ILO what we call the job gap. So it's not just the unemployed workers, the whole job gap, including those that are giving up and looking for jobs. So the job gap remained quite at 400 million, which is hugely quite very high. And unfortunately, you will not be surprised that it's still hitting harder the women and the youth. The youth unemployment itself, still you talk about 12.6% with limited prospect for improvement. And more than 1/5, 20%, of the global youth is neither employment, education, or training the need. Although I must say that we know that in Europe we have seen remarkable progress in reducing the need thanks to the youth guarantee and other measures that EU have put into action. Gender disparity is also an element that is of concern to for us. For example, 28% of young women are in the NEET compared to 13% for the young men. I may also come talking about a little bit about social protection. Worldwide, we know that we have 3.8 billion people, so more than half of the global workforce that lack adequate social protection. And in the 50 most climate vulnerable nations, 75% of the population, so we're talking about roughly 2.1 billion people, remain without access to any kind of social protection benefit. While ILO estimates that the transition to a greener and a low-carbon economy can create millions of jobs, we yet have to see the necessary scale of investment needed to realize this potential, which is also one of the challenges that we are facing. Despite sustained economic growth, several countries are witnessing erosion of labor rights, a deterioration of the rule of law, and the civil liberties around the world, and that is really affecting the protection and particularly protection of labor rights. And the labor rights violations are particularly pervasive in the informal economy. And our estimate shows that informality continues to rise. In 2024, we're talking about 2.2 billion people that remain in informal economy, and we all know COVID did not help on that. All these imbalances are a sharp reminder for us on the urgent need for inclusive, coordinated, and forward-looking employment and social policies, policies that ensure a socially just transition, obviously leaving no one behind, for the world to navigate in the current geopolitical and uncertain economic situation that we all are navigating through. And Europe, with its strong traditional social dialogue and robust labor market institution, I do believe Europe is uniquely positioned to lead. And I've said this also 2 years ago, and I think we are in ILO, we are looking up at Europe and EU in the leadership role in this. As we look ahead to the second World Summit for Social Development in Doha, the leadership of the European Union will be, in my opinion, quite vital. Your continued commitment is essential for the global effort towards social justice and a rule-based multilateral system. We know 30 years ago, after the Copenhagen first social summit, we look again to Europe to champion the ratification and effective implementation of fundamental principle and right at work. And these remain the bedrock of decent work and social justice for all. Thank you so much.
The scene. I'm now delighted to give the floor to the Moroccan Minister of Economic Inclusion, Small Business, Employment and Skills, Mr. Younes Sekouri.
Thank you for offering me this opportunity. I'd like, first of all, I wanted to, I had in mind to thank the people of Porto for the warm welcome, but since I know now that Mr. Minister this is your hometown, I will say it in louder words. And I was really very happy yesterday. I had this walk of 3 hours. I discovered the city. I didn't want to ride a cab. I didn't want to take the car. And the people were just fantastic, and the experience was just incredible. And your liaison agent is a very good concept that helped us really have a very human and wonderful experience. So thanks a lot for what you've done. I also want to echo what Mr. Minister said about you, Madam Minister. The incredible job you've done and the attention, au sens français du terme. Vous êtes très attentionné with all your guests, and I'm one of them. I come from a non-EU country, but a very good friend to Portugal, since amongst many things, we're co-organizing with Spain the World Cup in a couple of years. So thanks, Madam Minister, for everything. With regards to the topic and the questions, I think that one of the biggest challenges that we have in our societies today and that we're facing all together and separately is the confrontation of between two kinds of societies. On the one hand, we have the society of order that used to be what we lived in the previous decades, where we have order, where you have the rule of law, where you can enforce things into society, where you can be pro-business if you want to be pro-business or pro-whatever you want. And we have rising demands, a very different landscape from the population perspective that I would call the egalitarian society. And this opposition between these two dynamics in our societies for the last 2 decades that we could see either for the Arab Spring or in the demonstrations and strikes that you have everywhere, even including in Europe, they show that there is a gap between the way we address public policies, the way our institutions craft solutions and deploy solutions, and the way these demands and expectations are expressed or expected, and the way our youngest populations, especially the youngest generations, they want to live. And the dilemma with our social policies is how to offer this space, this synthesis between these opponent dynamics. As far as Morocco is concerned, of course, an emerging country with a lot of ambition under His Majesty's guidance, King Mohammed VI, we try to frame things according to, of course, to our means. First of all, social protection, as Gilbert said a couple of minutes ago. So we had this very, very ambitious social protection generalization plan when we had this difficult experience of COVID, I suppose, like most of the other nations. And we went from 2-3 million to 22 million people covered by in this government's mandate, nearly by 4 years under His Majesty's impulse. So, but this demands a lot of budget. So it means from a finance perspective, you need really to make very hard and harsh trade-offs. The second thing is social dialogue. And social dialogue is, for us, 2 things. So we reinvented social dialogue 4 years ago because it was not working for nearly 2 to 3 decades. And we kind of invented, together with the social partners, this concept of the social year. We said, we have the fiscal year, we have the agricultural year, we have the academic year, let's have a social year. And we said that we need to celebrate before we make the celebrations of May 1st. So let's have a stop and say, what is happening at the social level? What is the temperature? Is there a tension? Things that statistics do not capture all the time. Things that the formal reports cannot tell you in terms of the numbers and the ratios, etc. So, and we made this social dialogue work under this perspective of the social year. And of course, there were agreements, like for all the countries, that we tried to respect and obligations that we tried to fulfill. But it was very hard, but because for the first time we coordinated, and it was a very hard homework for the whole government, working both with the private and public sectors. The cost was huge because it was under the circumstances post-COVID, directly post-COVID, so it costed us something like $11 billion, which is really big for the Moroccan budget. But we tried to link this social dialogue with the social reforms that have to come with. So if you pay the tribute, if you pay the price, but there needs to be a reform. The first reform is the reform on education that we couldn't do for 30 years, that we've started. The reform on health that we couldn't do for maybe more than 30 years, that we've started, and some other reforms, especially in higher education. And afterwards, we had to make sure that we have these laws that would reorganize the country, that we reorganize the power, and that structures the way economy does, because it works. Because one of the major issues and challenges, let's say it frankly, is you want business to work. You said yourself, Minister, that social policies need to be funded, so the economy needs to be going well. So, so this is how we could come up with this law that was waiting for 60 years. This is the law on strikes, and we're revamping the labor code by the end of this year, introducing the future of jobs, the new sectors, the platform economy, and I won't take more time. I just want to witness that we're preparing 2030 as an opportunity, the World Cup, to work with all the people and create mediation and intermediation into our society in order to make business work, investments be very aggressive, and of course at the same time make sure the people understands that the government and the society is listening to them, and if there is a problem, we are here to solve the problem. We had this strike, and I'm finishing by this sentence, of 100,000 people in the streets in education because we didn't agree on some of the pecuniary and financial subsidies that we needed to inflex to the sector. But by 3, 4, 6 months, everyone got back to the school and to the house, and the country is going well. So I think that these are things that are very important for the stability of our countries while we're serving the people and impulsing the economy. Thank you for your attention.
Shukran jazilan. Thank you very much, Siyadat al-Wazir, Mr. Minister. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Minister of Social Protection of Ireland, Mr. Dara Calleary.
Thank you, Chair. I just thank you once again to our colleagues for the welcome today and for the chance to step back from this very mad world and exchange ideas such as this. I think in relation to question one, what further policies can we help implement, we have to remember who we are. We are the European Union. We are one of the biggest trading blocs, most cohesive trading blocs in the world. We need to remember that. When we act together and when we act cohesively, so for instance, as we did during COVID, we deliver results. We deliver extraordinary results. We have the support of the people that we represent with us. When we fail to do that, we don't deliver, and we lose the support of the people. And there are situations at the moment where we are failing to act cohesively and together in the strength of the values of this union. All of our free trade agreements contain social chapters, and there are very clear expectations within those chapters around working conditions, freedom of association, the environment. And now is not the time to forget those. Now is not the time to turn our back on those chapters because they're needed more now than ever. And within all of those are the rights of workers and are the rights of citizens of our union in terms of workers. And whilst the pressure may be on against those kind of values from some parts of the world, I think we need to stand up and remember that we are big. And when we are cohesive and unified, we can stand up to those values and protect those values. We spoke earlier about the need to prioritise upskilling and reskilling, the need in that priority not to forget to walk with people, and that in terms of the massive change that's happening in employment at the moment, that to identify the sectors that need skills and need new skills early on and ensure that workers have the skills. But most importantly, your Minister's right, economic growth is and economic health is absolutely crucial to good quality jobs. But equally, we've got to keep our values too. Equally, we've got to remember those values and got to act up and support those values. In the context of multilateral cooperation on employment and social policies, I think the ILO is obviously one that we're very committed to. As a country in Ireland, one of its chief architects was one of your predecessors, Edward Phelan, who went on to be Director General. He was an Irish citizen, and the ILO was the first international organisation that Ireland joined when we gained our independence. It was the first international organisation to say to a new country, a developing country, you are you're equal, and we continue to support its work and your very important work today. Multilateral institutions, a rules-based order, are under pressure, but equally they've never been more important. And now is the time to stand up and defend them. Now is the stand up to protect them. Now is the time to stand up and be counted, because in defending some vague, for many people, is a vague concept of, rules-based order, multilateral institutions. They are the basis of people's dignity. They are the basis of human rights. They are the basis of workers' rights. And they are the basis of quality jobs. And if we don't stand up for these concepts, then we will lose all of those privileges on behalf of our citizens as well. And that's what an enlarged European Union can do, working not just with member states, but working with trading partners, with political partners, to build alliances, to defend what is essential, not just the political operation of the Union, but to each of our citizens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Our next speaker is the Deputy Director of the Directorate for Employment, Labour and Social Affairs at OECD, Mark Pearson.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. I found the discussion in this panel actually really quite intriguing, because I think I'm agreeing very strongly with what's being said, but maybe from a slightly different angle. Because I very strongly believe that free trade, or rather global trade, not necessarily free trade, global trade has driven economic opportunities for individuals and communities. It does drive growth. I think the evidence is clear. We want more trade, not less. But we're not going to get it. It's clear the way that the world is going. Trade is not popular. Competition is not popular. Free markets at the moment are not very popular. And I think we have to ask ourselves why. And it's tempting to think it's all to do with self-interest, that the people who gain most from free trade are the people who are going to be supporting it, the people who lose out are the people who are against it. That's not what the data says, actually. If you look in detail, there's loads of examples of people who should benefit from more trade who are very strongly opposed to it. I mean, just think of people who are long-term unemployed, don't have a job to lose, would benefit from cheaper prices. And yet, there they go. Generally speaking, they're some of the people who are most against trade. Same for people on old age pensions. You can go through, also it works at the country level as well. There isn't a correlation between who should benefit from trade and how strongly they believe in trade. What does come through is whether you trust the institutions of your country. If you do, then you believe in trade. And the institutions of your country being political parties, governments, social partners. And I think that's really, I suppose, where I'm coming to why this summit is so important. Because the things that you're talking about at the summit are the necessary ways of building confidence and trust in our societies in order to be able to support those policies which will drive growth. If we don't have them, then you don't get the trust. And so I think the fact that we fail so catastrophically in our skills policies, we promise the world, but in practice, who actually is being trained to get through the green transition? Certainly not the people who are most at risk of losing their jobs. They're not very likely to get training. In fact, they're much less likely to get training than the people whose jobs aren't at risk. So I think our skills policies are generally failing. AI, who is actually really training for AI at the moment? We see it everywhere, but there's no response that's being given to workers and the population. You can go through other areas. I think our social protection system, yeah, I think in the past that has been a way of driving support for open markets because people who actually lose their jobs are protected. But as we move our social protection systems to be more about age and less about people who are vulnerable of working age, and particularly young people, then it's not surprising people don't see the social protection system anymore as giving them the trust that they need in the way that our markets can deliver growth in the future. And the last one that I will mention is actually social dialogue. I think social dialogue is a great way of actually building trust in the social institutions and allow us to have more pro-growth policies. And I thought the previous session, the great huge one with 12 panelists, everybody said some very important things. People didn't mention some numbers, so I'm going to. That when you find those countries with good quality, coordinated collective bargaining systems, they have 4.5% higher employment rates than countries without them. They have 1 or 2 to 2% lower unemployment rates, 6% lower unemployment rates for young people. Wages, it's much more complicated. I don't think you can say there's necessarily a positive effect, but you can say there's lower inequality of wages where there's more good quality social dialogue. And you can also see an impact through the supply chain into other countries as well when there is good quality social dialogue. So I think there are things that we can do also in responding to the global megatrends. If you start looking more specifically, for example, at artificial intelligence, some of the work we've been looking at recently is that when workers are consulted on how AI is deployed in their workplace, they report better outcomes. So employers who consulted workers and workers' representatives in introducing AI were 11 percentage points more likely to report that AI had a positive effect on productivity. So I think what my plea is that, yeah, we do need social Europe. We need social Europe because if we don't have that, we're not going to have the trust that we need in our institutions in order to deliver those policies that can eventually deliver growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker breaks the gender and dress color pattern on this panel, the President of the European Training Foundation, Pilvi Torsti.
Good afternoon, and let me correct, it's of course nice to be president, but director from at least until today, unless I'm being promoted. But
oh, you weren't told. All right.
I guess the audience can resonate a little bit with the feeling when your team has prepared excellent speaking points and it's late Friday afternoon and you want to make justice both for your team and for the audience. And when having the lunch break, I thought, okay, let me think if I can have some funny stories. No, I have a bad sense of humor, but I thought try to be clear. So I have 5 very clear points for our topic, global outlook to employment and social. A little bit what is ETF, the fundamental role of skills, why the European actually social pillar of social rights resonates also outside of EU, the impact of the growing fragility, and finally EU as the largest donor in the human capital development. First about ETF, European Training Foundation, EU agency, unique of its kind as an expert agency because we are the only EU agency that works actually with the external dimensions, sort of skills for global Europe. EVP Minzatu spoke earlier today about the social compass nature of EU, and that's exactly what ETF attempts to be, to help to align with the EU policies, but also values in the employment and education field outside Europe. We do it with the monitoring and analysis, foresight work, and then policy advice that brings together the monitoring and analysis and the foresight. With Minister Sikori, we worked with the employment policies and the talent partnerships in Ukraine, in Moldova, Western Balkans, youth guarantee that was mentioned in the previous panel, and very much in collaboration with the ILO. So I think also thank you for that. Many member states, including Portugal, come to different policies of EU to support them from inside the EU. So that's about ETF, the global agency for Europe. Second, the fundamental role of skills. In these topics we are having here, employment, social policies, quality jobs, the skills is fundamental, and I'm very happy it was mentioned in the previous panel by Mario Nava, by Estonia, and I would disagree a little bit with OECD. After all, EU had as one of its the current Commission, 100-year policies. Is my microphone problematic? No? 100-year policies, the Union of Skills. So the focus really is there. Not to say everything is successful, but for instance, youth guarantee is really fundamentally a skills policy, and we just had the youth representative in the previous panel saying how it really has worked, and it's now being implemented also outside. More needs to be done, that I agree with, but I don't think we should only have the negative approach here. Thirdly, about the European Pillar of Social Rights and how it resonates globally. As ETF, when we work with the countries in the enlargement neighborhood and also beyond, we really see how the alignment with some of the values and policies becomes quite real. Last week in Morocco, there was a retreat with the EU and Mediterranean to prepare the Pact for Social Mediterranean Pact that includes a strong dimension on skills, and again here I think this is being validated. So the contextualization of the social pillar is a very interesting one, and I think we also heard very good points from Minister early on this. Fourthly, on the fragility of the world we live in and what does it mean. The conflicts and wars, we easily mention them, but we perhaps don't think how they really affect very concretely on our systems, education and employment systems, and in particularly actually in the countries which are outside the EU borders. And hence our focus on skills and skills policies and strategies becomes much more fundamental. We have to create abilities for people to deal with the fragility and instability that by statistics grows now in a worrying degree. And finally, I think for good news for those who also said Europe should take or should remain in the leadership position, use the soft power in the social dimension, Europe is the largest donor by far in the human capital development, and there are also tools as mentioned. So I don't at all advocate the kind of approach that Europe knows what's to be done, but there are kind of resources and mechanisms to work with others in partnerships, and those can be quite effective. At ETF we see the different qualification frameworks, European skills policies that can be applicable in different contexts. So, dear Chair, I think the kind of the global outlook that we take from the European side, we can build it on this. The sort of geopolitical, geo-economic times requires critical skills dimension, the social pillar seen globally, and I think that way we can really have the kind of EU compass that the EVP Manzatu was talking about this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I last but not least give the floor to the Director of Social Rights, Health and Environment at the Council of Europe, Rafael Benitez.
Thank you very much, Ali. I would like to start by thanking the Portuguese authorities here through the two ministers here present for the invitation to the Council of Europe. I would also like to thank the Commission colleagues here, represented by the Director General, also for involving the Council of Europe on this event. And many of you would wonder probably, what is the Council of Europe? What is it doing here? Is this the EU? So obviously we are not. The Council of Europe is 46 member states. And perhaps I would like to start with a story. The flag that you have there, those stars, 16 years ago, we celebrated the 60th anniversary of the Council of Europe, and the special guest in the ceremony was President Gorbachev. I had been given the task of welcoming President Gorbachev, who didn't like to use planes so much, so had to welcome him in the train station of Offenburg and bring him to Strasbourg. And while we were driving in his car, that flag was being displayed. He asked, so what do you want me to say? And of course, this is not a question that you get very often from a leader of that size. And I said, well, Mr. President, maybe you can tell the distinguished guests why that flag on your car is also your flag. And then he looked at the flag and he turned to a gentleman who assists him, quite well known. He was always on the videos and the photos, and he said, we need to rewrite our speech. And what I'm trying to say is that that flag that you have there is the flag of the European Union. It's also the flag of the Council of Europe from the very beginning, 76 years ago. And in the 90s, the European Union asked the Council of Europe if they could also use the flag and the anthem. And the Council said yes, because that's not a flag. The stars don't represent countries. They represent ideals. What I'm trying to say is that from the very beginning, the idea of social justice and social cohesion was there in Europe. So it's nothing new. So the debates we have today are but the basis on which we have built the European momentum. And I have to say the European Union is perhaps one of the most fascinating and successful projects in modern history of countries coming together and overcoming difficulties, challenges, and wars, and building a space of peace, fairness, and economy as well. And yes, absolutely, all of this is very good, but if you don't have a working economy, it's going to be a bit difficult. But at the same time, it's very important to realize what the fundamentals are. For social rights are not just optional add-ons or aspirations, but they form the foundation of social justice, democratic stability, and social trust. And I want to touch precisely on democratic stability. It is only when you have strong, socially cohesive societies that you can face the challenges to come. And in fact, the pandemic showed that those societies which were stronger and more united could display better resilience and cope better with those challenges. And in fact, the initiatives taken by the European Commission in particular prove that was the way to follow, and we have heard many of the other initiatives that are taken which point exactly in the same direction. And perhaps the second point is to say that those rights, those principles, fairness and inclusion, are not obstacles to competitiveness, to doing better in the economy, but rather the opposite. They are foundations of better competitiveness. A Europe that protects workers' rights, but also health and housing and social protection, foster both cohesion and sustainable economic growth. Recent research shows that actually during the pandemic and ensuing cost of living crisis, populations, those which were most strongly affected by that hardship, were losing trust in democracy. They were losing trust in the institutions, including the EU institutions. And the lesson to be taken from there is that it is the foundation of societies. You need to have that social cohesion and that support. And I think as we move towards towards the UN Social Development Summit, I think, as it has already been said, the European model, the broader European model, is one that can be pushed forward as an example of how to put together those two imperatives, while at the same time reiterating the essential character of human rights and of social rights in that context. And I still have, I think, 15 seconds before I get hit in the head by Ali. So I would like, nevertheless, to do my little moment of I don't know how Director Nava call it, self-indulgence, and say that, well, first of all, I acknowledge the presence of the Minister of Malta, who currently occupies the presidency of the Council of Europe, and that of the Minister of Moldova, and invite all ministers here present, and of course the colleagues from the European Commission, to the Ministerial Conference on Social Rights that will be held in Moldova, in Chisinau, under Moldovan chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers in March next year. And once again, thank you for this excellent initiative.
Thank you, Raphael, for your words and for tarnishing my reputation. Finally, I give the floor back to the chair, Minister Rangel, for your brief concluding remarks.
Well, first let me praise our guests, our speakers, because they were very, let's say, respectful of the time. That is something that, as a member of the European Parliament, I really value very much, because we used to have only 1 minute to speak, and so we are really very focused on time. Then I would have only 2 remarks, because we don't have any time. So first is about 2 issues that were raised here. The first is free trade and the trends that we live today on free trade. I have to say that I'm not so pessimistic about this, because if the countries that and the blocks, regional blocks at the global level, that really want to engage in free trade, if they are determined to do it, this will clearly compensate and will change policies from the ones that are against free trade. If we have Mercosur, and I say Mercosur and not Mercosur, because 80% of the population of Mercosur speaks Portuguese and not Spanish. And so this should be something that I have to repeat all the time in Europe, is that it's Mercosur. And then Mercosur. If you have this with India, if you have this with a lot of countries of Asia, if you have with Australia, if you have with Canada, if you have in Mexico, and if you have a network of free trade agreements, the global prospect will be at least a high percentage of the world and a network of free trade friends. And this will change clearly the policies that are against free trade. So this would be one remark. Second remark is on skills education and training, professional training. One issue that we didn't speak here about is social mobility. Because sometimes, for ideological reasons and for principal reasons, we try to look at the sociological dimension, saying that as everybody is equal, we have to have exactly equal treatment of each one. What normally will end in that the ones that are privileged will boost their position and the others will stay out of the improvements. I'm speaking about this because a lot of people think only higher education is the best. And so all the children that we know should go to university and that's it. And that is the only way of making a fair society. And this is totally wrong. Because when you look at the society, you have to see that people, they really need to be looked in the situation that they are. If we go to Africa, for instance, a lot of people, they don't have, they have a very, very basic education, and probably they are not in school and they are not working. But if they have professional training, they are able to work. And so what I say is that we have to look at each society, of course, always with the guidance of our values, our principles, and fundamental rights, but looking in a very realistic way to grant that we can improve the situation of each individual and of each family. To say they were poor and now they are middle class. They were low middle class and now they are middle or high middle class. This is the main goal if we want to really to improve the situation in social terms. And here, training skills, professional education is decisive because you can do the fine-tuning of different sectors of society. And so I'm saying this because sometimes we think that it's only generous, the person that says, everybody should be a genius and like Einstein. But this is totally wrong, because the day-to-day life depends very much on your skills. And if you didn't have the opportunity to go to some level, at least if you have an improvement, this will give to your children, so to the grandchildren of the first, an opportunity that the others didn't have. So what I would say is that, in my opinion, professional education, skill training, is the key to promote social mobility. And I would like to underline that.
Thank you very much, Minister Rangel. Before we go to the closing ceremony, please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists for having kept our interest despite the late hour in our conference. Thank you very much to all of you. شكرا جزيلا. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start the closing ceremony. We're almost there. Thank you for your attention and for being with us here at the Porto Social Forum. This is the closing ceremony. We have 3 speakers, the first of which is Minister Rangel. Please give him a warm welcome.
So, my paper is my dear friends, first let me say, when you are in a closing session, probably there is no point in repeating what was said all across the session, and I'm in a big disadvantage because I was only here this morning, more or less 1 hour, and then in this session. So first, especially for our foreign guests, I would like to explain a bit what is the meaning of Portugal before I get in some considerations on our issue. Because you are in Porto, and Porto, as it is quite clear to understand, was the Latin word for portus, that means port. But before Porto, there was a city that is in left bank, not in the right bank of the river, that now is Gaia, and that used to be Calais. Calais was a Celtic city, a Celtic town, at those times Celtiberian, so it was already a mix between the indigenous people here that were Iberian and the Celtic, and so it was Calais. And then when the Romans came, Porto, they decided to establish the port of Calais in the right bank. The river was not so large. It was easy to transport the goods from one bank to the other. And so they said, okay, we have the city of Calais, and then the port of Calais, Portus Calais, is in the right bank. So you are just in between the two cities that give the name to the country, Portugal. It was Porto Calais, and now it's Portugal. Gal is like Gaelic, like Wales or Gallia. So it's really the port of the Celts in a certain way. And I would like to give your explanation to see how central is the city of Porto and the left bank that is Gaia, that used to be Porto municipality till the 19th century. So what you call, especially here, the part near the river was Porto city, was not Gaia. Gaia was after. But today they are separated, and this is Portugal. I would like to do this introduction because this is also so important as social dimension of our lives. Because it's culture and also explains why Porto is so special. Of course, I'm saying this because I was born in Gaia and I live in Porto. And so this is clear. Then let me say only one thing, is that when we speak about fundamental rights, like the right of freedom, the right to freedom of expression, religion, the right to be alive, or the right to security. They are normally described as liberal rights. They don't involve, in principle, any intervention of the state. Quite the contrary, they demand abstention from the state. And then you have what you call the social rights. And these will provide, they will imply a public service, either to really provide education or health, or at least to assist in looking for a house, for instance, or to have assistance and also, I'd say, a pension or a salary when you cannot work, if you are ill, if you have a disability, or if you are old. And so normally we look at this in a very, very, I'd say, as a tension relation, a relation where things are tense between the traditional rights and the social rights. In the middle are the economic rights, the ones that are the free market, the freedom of establishment of enterprises, and so on. And what I would like to say is that in our European model, we cannot really separate all these rights. They are related. Of course, because when we speak today about life, we speak about quality of life. And if you don't have a proper job with some social guarantees, of course you are breathing, but you don't have a quality of life. The same applies to a third generation or fourth generation of rights, environmental rights. They also are related again with this. So what I'd like to show again, and this would be my own conclusion, my last conclusion and last remark in this respect, but is we cannot look at social dimension only as something that is separated from the rest. As we say, there is no right to life if I don't have a proper, decent, a life with dignity, and that also requests some social dimension. Of course, we agree on that. Then we also should say, I cannot have social dimension if I don't have the conditions in the society to sustain and to finance that social dimension. And that's why I insist there is not a contradiction between a rich economy and a social and a good welfare state. It's quite the contrary. In a poor economy, you will never have a social dimension. And when I'm saying this, please don't see any, I'd say, attempt to say, okay, let's go to the basic, fundamental, old rights and forget the social dimension. It's not that. What I'm saying is that there is an interconnection between the two. And I cannot speak about fundamental liberties without the social and today the environmental dimension. And I cannot speak about the social dimension if I don't enhance the traditional liberties and freedoms, especially when they go to free market, to economic initiative, to freedom of establishment, and so on, and to free trade also, as we are speaking in a totally different level because it's an international level. But what I would like really to stress is that we need to have a social forum to underline, to stress what are the challenges of the social rights in the future, clearly. But we should never forget that we cannot do it without a strong economy. And the other way around, we'll never have a strong economy and even a proper democracy if we don't have social rights. Aristotle wrote that democracy is the regime of the middle class, where you have a huge middle class. You only have a middle class if you have a rich economy, a functional economy, and democracy depends on that. If you have a small percentage of people that are very rich and all the others are poor, then democracy is at stake. Some of the risks of democracy that we are living today, they are related with some inequalities, clearly. And so we should also look at that. Again, social, economy, environment, politics, they are linked. And when you want to establish a very fair social dimension in your society, in your country, in your nation, you have to take care of all the other dimensions. And this is what we could call a quite holistic approach. But despite this is common sense, this is true. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister. Our next speaker is Director General at DG Ample, Mr. Mario Nava. And of course, as you know, he is Director General for, my apologies, for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. Now that he is here, let's put our hands together.
Good evening, everybody. Penultimate obstacle before the end. Then I'm happy that it's the minister to take the final thing. No, on my side, I really wanted to thank you all a lot because we, as I said, we have been organizing this panel for months. I think Rosario can say, no? We started early in the year, January, February, and then we decided that it was better to hold it now instead than in May, which meant that we have worked through the summer. What we wanted was to have a forum where all the matters were discussed and from which we could take material to bring it up. Now, it's very clear that from our point of view, from the point of view of the European Commission, you have seen what there is in the SOTEU, you have seen what we have done in these few months. We have some pillars within the pillars, and the pillars are union of skills, and we have got a lot about skills. The other pillar is the quality job roadmap, and we have got a lot about quality job. We have had a very good discussion. The third pillar, of course, is the anti-poverty strategy, and we organized nothing less than a sort of a parallel conference in the room there with people experiencing poverty. So we truly had the possibility to speak to people who know what poverty is on a daily basis. And so this is really the big things. And then we had the Fair Labor Mobility Package that we plan to put out next summer, around next summer. And also on that we got a lot. So I would say what we can take home is a very big number of excellent ideas. I think also I take home that the European Pillar of Social Rights remains our main way of reasoning. As you know, I explained yesterday, we are in the process of finishing the evaluation of the first action plan and moving on the evaluation of the second action plan. I take away also the fact that because the labor market has improved so much, because it has become tight, few things are more and more important than they used to be. Skills, education, training, winning the participation challenge, making sure that more and more European works, increasing the employment rate, but also keeping our world dimension, considering that if we want to keep our prosperity, I think we will have more and more interaction and support from third countries, and for that it's very good if our efforts of skilling and reskilling go beyond Europe through the ETF, and they go also to other countries. This, I think, is everything I bring home. Now it's the moment to put it in practice. I heard many ideas. Of course, you know, the law used to say we need the means of our ambitions. And that was a very eloquent and very elegant sentence to say it's good to have idea, but to have money to support the idea is even better. And that's the reason why we have put forward in July of this year a proposal for the MFF. It was touched, the proposal for the MFF, in various panels. Many of you expressed ambitions, and I think it makes sense that, of course, the ambitions are followed with the money for that. With that, I really want to thank you, everybody, and I think now, Ministers, is over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Last but not least, our host, and I thank you once more for your hospitality, the Minister, Minister Ramalho.
Dear colleagues, ministers, representatives from the European Commission, also from the European Parliament, European social partners and Portuguese social partners, and all those who were here for these 2 days. Thank you very much for being here, for having contributed in such a wonderful way to make this event a great thing. I especially salute also the ministers from other Portuguese-speaking countries and those from countries candidates to the European Union and those who represent international institutions like ILO, OECD and Council of Europe. It is with the great satisfaction that we are now coming to the end of 2 days of intense work and dialogue here in this wonderful city. This Porto is the city that is very ambitious, and it is really the city of social Europe. And we would like to stay firm in this model of social Europe. The European pillar on social rights is indeed our compass when we face very complex challenges regarding climate, digital, industrial change, and demographic drastic changes, not to speak about political context that we are now crossing. To respond to all these challenges requires an immense compromise with the social European values, but it also demands for employment quality jobs as the way to go into a more competitive Europe, which means fair salaries, dignified working conditions, social dialogue, and social protection. Over these 2 years, we have 2 days, but sometimes for me it looked like 2 years, huh? But not now. Over these 2 days, I think that we have reached some points that I now mention very briefly. First, competitiveness and social justice, they do not exclude each other. They can reinforce each other. In fact, we have concluded that economy needs qualified workers to innovate and to grow. So it is essential to invest in skillings and in professional training. Job quality must be measured beyond numbers, salaries, social protection, safe and safety conditions at work, and of course, equality between men and women. And to fight poverty is not only an ethical imperative, it's a political choice that is important for the future of Europe. As a second conclusion, mobility should be free and fair. Fair mobility is key for the single market. It must be free and fair. It must entail the rights for those who are moving, and we must look at mobility not only between workers from European countries, but also including workers from third countries. It is fundamental, and we have reached that conclusion too, to reinforce the cooperation between the authorities to make mobility formal and not informal, not clandestine. When well regulated, mobility increases productivity and increases the cohesion between member states and the citizens. Thirdly, the employment, job quality, and the balance between professional life and personal and family life. To build good work, nice work, quality work means also time to do other things like taking care of our children, taking care of elderly people, because Europe is growing as a grey Europe every day. So this is another challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate the 3rd anniversary of the Porto Social Forum, and we have reinforced our commitment in advancing with a new plan integrated into the social pillar of the European Union. We have reinforced our commitment to the strategy, to the European strategy to fight poverty, and we are building a roadmap for quality jobs. These were some consensus that we have reached here. And we have reached this consensus with a very wide conversation that included all the relevant stakeholders, not only the member states that have been represented here, but also the European social partners and other institutions outside the European Union, but with great experience in these areas. So I would like to say thank you to you all of those that have participated here, that came here, and with their wisdom and with the sacrifice of their time, were here until a Friday late in the afternoon. For most of you that still have to fly back home to contribute to this message, strong message that the Porto Social Forum wants to address to Europe. In this sense, we have drawn some conclusions for this meeting. And these conclusions are open, but really they were made, they were written down, taking into account all that we have discussed here, and also all that we have discussed before arriving here on the same issue. It is these conclusions that mean a collective commitment that are open for subscription, and for this purpose we have already sent them during this session to all the social partners and to all the member states. So if you wish to join us in our conclusions, that I ask Ivan also to give them to the Commission. They're here. I will give them just in a minute. Just because you're not here, I thought you would be here, but I will give them afterwards. Okay, here it is, with a briefcase that was prepared by our trainees at the Institute for Employment and Training in Portugal. So this is what you can bring up to Brussels, but it has already circulated among all the member states. I hope it will be useful. Thank you. Thank you. I am convinced that this is a message that will be very helpful to guide us in our reflections over this very important topic of quality jobs, maybe until the next Porto Social Forum, but let's hope that we do something in between, that we achieve something more in between. It is important that Europe sticks to be a competitive economy, very competitive, but also a solidary and just economy with people always in the center of their policies. Before ending, allow me just one brief word of thanks to specific institutions. First, thank you for the European Commission for supporting this event. We have worked for many months, really, I think almost a year, to achieve this forum. Also, I would like to thank the municipality of Porto for receiving us so well, and this wonderful city. I would like to thank to the University of Porto. Many of your liaison officers that were already mentioned today are students from the University of Porto, so I ask a warm applause to them. They were very good. I also would like very much to thank the Institute of Vocational Training, the Public Institute, for all the help that in many, many tasks they have given to make this event. To the interpreters that were wonderful, thank you. To dear Ali, we wouldn't have survived without you. A special word to my colleagues in the government that came here and have been presenting some of the sessions. Of course, to my dear colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that has helped us in so many ways. And he was very patient with me along this last month. And when I thank you, I also thank the Repair and the Portuguese ambassador in Repair and her wonderful team. Last but not least, I would very much like to thank to my team. That was wonderful. Without them, we wouldn't be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. This concludes the Porto Social Forum 2025. Thank you and see you next edition.